Hello. Hey, everybody. Oh, no, I don't like that. Oh, that's not good. People can see my feet. That's weird. Not fun at all. I'm like wearing like an old lady, like, what's it called? Like an old lady quilt on my legs because I'm cold. And so it's visible to all. Oh, there's a cat, though. Hello, kitty. All right, well, one second. I'm going to move that over a little bit. Nope. Nope. Damn it. Okay. Oop. Kicked a cat accidentally. Sorry, sweetie. That's not necessarily the best view either, but it's all good. Anyway, hi, welcome to the stream. Old Sloppy, nice to see you. Yeah. Still. Oh, there's a kitty cat. She's like feeling it, doesn't know. Yeah, so today I'm going to do a Python stream, I think. And I'm not going to start it with Dr. Mario like I sometimes do because I'm just not feeling it today. I'm actually pretty tired, but we'll see how it goes. It's funny because last time I was on stream, it just energized me. And so like I ended up staying up way longer than I expected, which is nice. It just feels good to be around everybody and to be um, to be here and being able to like improve in front of people feels pretty good. So I hope I'm an inspiration to people. We'll see. Anyway, not an inspiration, but at least like I help people get closer to Python. Anyway, so yeah, so last time we got to the point in the app where we finally got past the initial error, which is pretty good. And we just started to see an error that had to do with it looked like the SQL Alchemy situation, which is like it's like a fake database, I think. Kind of like I mean, it's not a factory, but it's not really a factory. A factory is like fake data, I think. I'm not entirely sure, but that's how I think about it. So, yeah, so I think what we're going to do today is we're going to take that error and try to move some data practically and move it into an actual database. I think it's supposed to be set up with SQLite, but because that part of the code I'm not entirely sure if I understand, I'll have to like think about it and how to do that a little bit more. So I might need help with that, but we'll see. It might be good. And then I think I'm drinking. It's funny. I'm not drinking hot tea right now. I'm drinking Arizona iced tea, but you know, I mean, it kind of counts. Looks like apple juice. It's not apple juice. And I'm gonna eat too because I came straight from improv, so I'm starving. I'm not starving. I'm just very hungry. Yeah, all right. So I'm gonna pull up VS Code. Let's see. Pretty. Hey, Bender. So I've actually only been doing improv for, I think this might be my 7th week in the troupe, but I took 2 weeks where I was on vacation. So I haven't been doing improv for very long, but it's really, really fun. And it feels really natural to me. And I mean, it just teaches you to listen to people and be with sort of, it's really a teamwork sport. Saying sport because I did so many physical things today. I got like exhausted. Like I was so tired because I was like, I did this one scene where my one of my improv trooper friends was Snow White, and she was in the in the cabin, and we all had to be inanimate objects, but that we could talk. And so someone was a fire detector, and so I decided to be fire, and so initially she put me out by like throwing water on me, but then like she didn't turn off the oven, so I eventually spread, and it just took so much energy out of me. It was insane. And so so it's just really fun because like when you're an adult, there aren't a lot of opportunities to play games unless you're part of a D&D troop, or unless you play Four Souls every once in a while. Hi Crispy, welcome to the chat. Hearts to you too. And it's so fun. Yeah, it's so fun. That's cool, like playing drums with friends, like jamming. And is that so? It's not like improv comedy, but it's like improv music. That's really cool. I mean, I think that's, kind of the dream too, to like just be able to know music well enough to jam with your friends. Cause right now I'm learning guitar and I'm just not good enough to like, it's kind of becomes instinctual, right? Like I'm sure you're good enough at the drums that like if someone changes the mood of the song, then you can just switch it over. And I think that's really cool. But I'm not ready for that. I like can't even, I need to learn how to like detect the music a little bit better. Oh, cool. That's really cool. If you're on the Discord, you should share your albums. I would love to hear them. Go ahead and link to them there if you're on the Discord. If not, then just whisper it to me because I'd love to hear them. And if you want, I mean, of course you'd have to like, tell me that I can use them. But if you want me to ever play them on the stream and they're, and I know and hear them, obviously I'd have to like feel like they were jiving with my personality, but I'd love to like ask permission to do that if I hear them and like them. So anyway, feel free to share it on the Discord because I'd love to hear your albums. Unless you're like, nah, like that was, old me. But I'm happy to share and hear. So yeah, so improv is great and it energizes me, but I'm also physically exhausted from it. Like I love it, but I'm beat. Yeah, thanks so much. Cool. Let me open VS Code because I am not doing that like I said I was going to. And it's not. Look, I'm stuck. There we go. Brilliant. And that hides a little bit. So I think I'm going to move the kitty cat down here, even though she's not even here. Where do I put her? Let's put her over here. Under me. There we go. Awesome. I don't even know where she is. She was just, oh, she's, I guess I could move it. Maybe I'll move it because she's like chilling. She's chilling next to my printer right now, which is kind of funny. So I think I'm going to move the cat cam because she's laying there and just chilling next to me. My cat is the sweetest cat because she just wants to be near like the family members all the time. Old Sloppy and I. And so she's always like nearby. And I think I'm her favorite because she's with me right now. But I'll grab the camera. I'll be right back. Clearly I suck at that. I cannot. She also moved. Like as soon as I got up, she moved, which is hilarious. Alrighty then. So I won't worry about that for now. There we go. All right. So last time I'll just share it because I did a PyTest. Let's see, PyTest. And then everything, I'm not even the right, it went straight into the, I've never seen that before. I feel like I've always had to be in Soapbox when I did that. Oh no, that's because I have to start it up. So I have to start the Flask app up. And I ruined the cat cam. Okay. So let's see. So in order for this to work, I have to open up a second terminal and then start the Flask app, which I don't think should be necessary if I wrote my tests right. Like I don't think my tests are right because essentially I think they should pass even if they can ping the connection. But I'm not entirely sure. So I just end up having to start it up so that there is a connection. I mean, maybe I'm just asking too much of the test, or maybe the app does have to be up when, there we go. Can you guys, yep, okay. Nope, it didn't go up again. And that's because I'm not in the right folder. Okay, there we go. Let's try it again. Flask run. Still no, could not locate Flask application. I did not provide the Flask app environment variable, but I thought I did provide the Flask app environment variable. I don't understand. Let's see, Flask app, Flask env. Maybe I'm not typing it correctly. Maybe it needs a space. That doesn't really make sense to me. And then Flask env space. This doesn't make, did I spell development wrong? No. Bash, Flask env not found. Oh, that's because I'm in the virtual environment. Hold on, let's pip list into it. And I should have Flask in here. Yeah, Flask is right here. So it should be working. Why is it having trouble? Do I do which pip? Yeah, so it's using the right pip list or the right pip. Also, whoops, I remember too that I forgot to push my git. Let's do git status and make sure. On branch main, your branch is ahead by 1 commit. So I'm gonna push to my git because I can't offer for people to use my my git if I'm not. There we go. I have to complete the authentication in my browser. Okay, hold on a minute. So irritating. Everything is so hard. Authorize. Yes. Authorize. And I have to remember my password. Is that my password? I hope it is. Oh, it is. Lucky me. That was my password. Okay, good. All right. I'm going to eat something. I know it's kind of gross to like watch someone eat, but I got to do it. I'm hungry. Okay. All right, so now that I've figured out I'm in the right spot, I'm pretty sure this is the right command. Flask app equals Flask underscore app. Yeah, what? Excuse me. All right, I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna remind myself on the Flask tutorial how to do this again. But this isn't, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm doing this right. I'm just not sure why it isn't working. Oh, is it because no, it's not because, I know. It's a little gross. It's a little bit gross. I love how like the brightness, how bright flat this Flask tutorial is, brightens up my face. Watch. It's hilarious, actually. Like, it's crazy. That's pretty funny. It casts so much light. Okie dokie. All right, it's not gross. Everybody's got to eat. Bender's right. I deserve to eat. Just like the rest of us. Okie dokie. All right, so after, I think it's on the second page, project layout, application setup. So yeah, it's definitely on this page. Export. I was missing the word export. Why did anybody tell me? All right, so export Flask app equals Flask. I can't. What noise? I don't know what noise I made. Oh yeah, of course. All right, and then Flask end. What do you mean equal is not a valid identifier? This is all, is it because I'm in no. Oh, I gotta go back to that because I remember I was using that. It was really helpful. I need to save my stuff more often. Equals. Why is it saying equals is not a valid identifier? What am I doing wrong? Do I need, I think I need capitals? Let's try this again. Export Flask underscore app equals Flask underscore app. Okay, that worked. Thank goodness. Export Flask underscore end. And this might already be running. Equals development. I wonder if maybe it's not. And then run Flask. Flask run. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. Alrighty. So now I think I can go back here, run PyTest, and it should bring up a SQL Alchemy error if nothing on this computer has changed since then, which I hope it hasn't. Okay, so it still failed. I'm gonna eat another bite. Ketchup and turkey burgers. That's what I'm having. And I made them, and they're seasoned with salt and pepper because I'm way out there. Chewing. I know, but what I really wanted to eat for dinner was Hershey's chocolate flip pretzels because I love those. And I eat them all the time. Yeah, hi, Vera. Yeah, I know. She just looked at you. Did you see? She heard you. Okay. So it looks like we've got it's failing with 500. Which I'm actually going to look up what a 500 error is because I might be able to learn a little bit about that or learn a little bit from that. 500 error code meaning. Let's try that. Internal server error. So it means that the server encountered an unexpected condition that prevented it from fulfilling the request. Okay, I got to move this down a little bit because I think I'm sinking into my work. I'm slouching, and I just want to make sure that I'm allowed to slouch today because I'm pretty beat. Okie dokie. So 500 error. Uh, says that, and then, let's see. So bright. I'm sorry, I've got a little bit of the skipping from thing to thing right now. So, how to fix HTTP 500 internals. Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to trace the error back. So let's go backwards a little bit and see. It's an assertion error, but I want to see, I think what Mumi said last time was that I needed to put like an RA after. So if I do PyTest and then -k and then test happy path. Does this tab complete? No, of course it doesn't. Returns, I don't know why it would. 201 and allocated batch. And then I want to do a -r and then capital A, and I didn't mean to do that. And then it should give me more details on the test. So we shall see. And then I'm going to take a bite. Did it? It did. Look, real things. It's showing me stuff. All right. Bite. Sorry. Hey, Crispy. Virtual hug. That's very sweet. Okay. Do the... All right. Food gross. What did everybody eat tonight? Bender, what'd you have for dinner? What did everybody eat? Or are you eating now? Or like whatever, because I know it's a different time. Or are you trying to make a pyramid? That's going to be cool, Crispy. Yeah, cool. Oh no, does that count? Oh, I got interrupted. You haven't eaten yet? Are you like I mean, I don't know what time it is where you are. But if you're like a late eating person or what? I'm not usually I eat around like 5:30 or 4 because I like to have my evenings free. Ooh, steak salad. That sounds really good. That sounds better than a burger and ketchup, I gotta admit. Oh, it's 6:30. That makes sense. Okay, cool. Chew. So, do you cook a lot or does your wife cook a lot? Like who cooks more? Vera, what did you eat? If you're around still. Let's see. Yeah, I know. Like where the steak is the bottom part and you just have like a few pieces of lettuce on the top of the steak. Like that's a steak salad. You like cut it and you just have like tiny bits. It's like, that's really just steak with parsley on top. But you can call it a steak salad, right? All right, so let's look. It says, I know. Yeah, I wanted to know, Vera Lynn, I wanted to know if what you had for dinner tonight. It's kind of a weird question, but you know, since you're here, we're bonding, right? I want to know. I'm interested. Oh, that's amazing, but also that does suck. I'm sorry. Unless she wants to work a lot, then that's very cool. Mexican food. Yes. We're going to have we have 2 nights planned of Mexican food this week. We did nachos yesterday. Because I was told that nachos can't be a meal. There's a bug on the floor. The cat is and so I challenged that. And then we're having tacos, I think, probably tomorrow, the next day. Yeah, well, happy birthday to Paul's dad. That's so exciting. I'm going to do one of these. Happy birthday. Hold on. Here we go. Woo! I don't know if that's what it's for, but definitely going to give him a Kappa Gen. Oh, okay. Well, it's still it's good, great celebration of his life. Did he love Mexican food? Oh, she sounds cool. Your wife sounds really cool. Like someone I want to be when I grow up kind of thing. She definitely sounds like a very chill person. So please tell her hi for me and that she is one of my idols now. Yeah, no, yeah, you did, but I didn't on stream. I wasn't like registering. So, but yes, that's awesome. No, that's really great that you guys are like eating Mexican food in his honor. That's amazing. I don't know what food I would want eaten in my honor. Probably tea. I would want people to like, but you can't just drink tea on someone's birth or on someone's, death birthday. But maybe you could. Could a tea. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure Bender, because she probably like ups the ante, right? Um, ramen, ramen noodles. Yes, definitely. With like I remember making it with like onions and cayenne pepper. But yeah, which some people would consider an abomination. But yes, I will eat ramen in your honor. And you guys can drink tea and eat. Well, so right now, and I was thinking about this today, like I change a lot what I like to eat. I'll get these like craving cycles. So right now it's Arizona iced tea and chocolate pretzels. It has been in the past Coke and Slim Jims. That was a long time ago. Coca-Cola and Slim Jims. And I also have like a phase of potatoes and soft-boiled eggs. So I don't know. It depends. What I'll do is I'll make sure that it's in my diary and dated so that you all know what to eat in my honor. Like, oh, in her last days, she really wanted like pickles and beer. An IPA. I'll give you a specific beer. I also have been eating like charcuterie for lunch because when you're a grown up, you can do that, which is awesome. So that's been really nice. Just being able to just say, no, I want cheese and bread and charcuterie for lunch. And that's been really great. Bender, that's cool that she's your favorite person. That's the right person to be with. So anyway, adult Lunchables. That's exactly what it is. Yes. Yes, probably just as good for you as well. Except the cheese is real. All right, so it looks like so it says post to add recommendation. It looks at the pizza, and Betty George is the unique user match ID. I think eventually I'm going to have that be a numeric value, but right now it's just a string that matches the two users. And then find item is CheshireCat.com, and the date is 2011-1/2. So that worked. Oh no, yeah. So I'm trying to see. So what does that say in I'm going to go to the test API. What does that say here? Like what's happening? It's getting to this first one, obviously. And then it, so it goes to hold on, post to add recommendation. So let's look at this. It's right here. So post to add recommendation, then it gets the API URL, request post FURL, blah, blah, blah. Then it says, oh, no, that's right. Item ID, unique user match, find item, date. Oh yeah, probably, and is eating it. That's okay. We have, I mean, this like the floor that I'm on is a walkout floor, so I'm not entirely surprised that that there are like at least one or two bugs down here sometimes. It doesn't really bother me. I've seen spider, because our water room is also over there. And so, so like it's kind of, this is the basement, so it's not, I mean, it's a nice basement. I love it, but you know, I definitely think she knows the camera is there though. She's like, I'm not sure if I'm okay with you guys watching me sleep. No, I am. It's fine. I don't know why that's my cat's voice, so I apologize for that. Okay, so it looks like I get a... So I don't understand why it asserts so far up, because shouldn't it go through? It must get the... I don't know. So it must get the status code earlier. And I think when I did this before, I got it to return... I know it had a completely different error. As a matter of fact, we might be able to see it because it was up here. I didn't really shut my computer down. Well, I did shut my computer down, but I didn't erase history. So let's see. Is this part of my... This isn't part of my current one, right? Yeah. No, my current one starts here. But then if I scroll up, this most recent, and then if I go up more, I've got during handling of the... Oh, I had 2 exceptions. Let's see how far this will go up. It must be a get posting. I'm not sure. We shall see. Yeah. Oh, look at all that information. That's crazy. All right. I'm going to look at the... See. Oh, it only goes up twice. So the terminal only goes up so far. Actually, maybe let me look here, because this might have been where the other one is 2. Yeah, see, this looks familiar. And this is when we were basically running over here so we could look at the response here. And we mentioned that there wasn't anything. So if we started at the bottom, this was an error that I recognize. And this is no such table recommendations. But when I set up my ORM, I do have a recommendations table. It's right here. And I am mapping, unless I spelled it wrong. No. So I am mapping to that table because I have, when I do it, I start my mappers. But you know what? This isn't even... Oh, sorry. That was my... And of course, this doesn't remember what... I'm trying to press up so that I can see what I last called, and it isn't showing me. So, one sec. Alrighty. No, can't do that. All right. So yeah, so I'm gonna have to try to get it back to this point, because when it was at this point, it was working, and it was working further than it was before. So, all right. So I'm going to go back to this terminal because for some reason I decided to... Oh no, this is the... Oh yeah, that's why I did it. Because I was checking out the log. Okay, so this is why these are connected. So I'm actually going to go back to this one, and I'm actually going to... I wonder if I Control-C this, if it ends the... Because I wonder if my flask app is running 2 times. Nope. It was running once. Okay, but I'm going to get rid of this one. And I'm just going to use these 2. Because that's an easier look for when you're... Is this like a big enough size? I think, is it like easily visible? Because I can make these... I think I can zoom these in a little bit if it's not a big enough size. And I'm going to eat more of my food. Burger time! Not playing burger time, but now I wish I was. I wonder, no, I don't have burger time on my NES. Okay, all right, that's cool. Bender, if not, I'll see you next stream or sometime. No big deal. But yeah, say hi to your wife and enjoy your food. Good luck making dinner. Catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the support. Chew, chew, chew. So good. I just made him hungry. That's why he left. Oh, I will. Absolutely, I will. At least by tomorrow or by the next stream, I will have checked out your music, which may be Saturday. I'm trying to think. We will see. All right. Yeah, I know. So I wish I could stuff my face, which I am. But we're eating together. It's nice. It's a good spending time. We're all eating together. And we're all in different time zones, which is kind of funny. I'm going to check something out. Hey, Fluff. Don't worry about it. Like, you don't have to be helpful. I'll figure it out. I just have to get back to this point. But welcome. It's nice to see you. I love that you say you're finishing up work, but I know you're going to be working like well into the stream, like you did the other night. JK. And don't worry about not being helpful. It's fine. Part of the struggle is just getting through it. So, plus, I just dropped food. So, anybody else as messy as I am? Probably not. I have to tell you a story. So, beginning of this sprint. Yeah. Ugh. I'm not. So, at my job, we used to use, so it was my old job. We used, I don't know. So at my job, we used sprints, but we didn't do them the same way. And so I have a weird idea of what a sprint is. So I actually have a friend who's a scrum master who will tell me about it. And I'm like, that's not at all what we do. So I feel like sprints are really poorly used in some places and really well used in others. So hopefully you've got a good scrum master who pays attention. And I really think, like, if your company is productivity driven, then it's way better to just do all your work as soon as possible. Unless you're like me and you can't do it until right before the deadline, which I know people like that because I'm one of them. Slack is a workplace chat tool thingy. Yes. Yeah, none of us are perfect. I think I'd rather do what, oh, I see. Not on your team. I thought you meant in general. That's good. I mean, I think that's really nice. Like if you've got a good scrum master, like that's awesome. So, and nobody is, I mean, that's the whole reason Agile is that Agile? I think it is, right? Like that's the whole reason it was made, because people aren't perfect, but it's good. And some people like it and some people really don't. I think people who are, excuse me, sorry. I'm a little bit less organized. So it can sometimes help me, but sometimes it hurts too, because like I do think breaking up the project into little Absolutely. Like, I think breaking up the project into little pieces definitely helps, and saying like, this is what I'm going to do and I'm going to finish that. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Fluff. Like, you can't, if you, yeah. Right, because you're always sort of working at like a comfortable pace if you know how to organize really well, your work especially. And I'm learning how to do that. I mean, part of it is like doing it in public is really helpful, because especially developing in public, because it helps me fall in love with what I do a little bit. And so I think that like it helps me become more organized, because I think like, okay, the next thing that I want to accomplish is this. And even if I don't, I do feel like I've gone in that direction. So of course I'm eating too right now, so it's a little slower than usual. But oh, sorry, I hate that sound. I apologize if you could hear that on mic, which you probably can. The teeth against the fork, it's terrible. Okay. Sorry, chewing. Okay, so we gotta get that. We gotta repeat the old error. And I want to do this too. I'm sorry. Oh, teeth against the board? Yeah, that's disgusting. That's like horror movie level things, like removing the bottom of the jaw or something. Scary. Okie dokie. So, okay, the next thing we're going to do is, all right, I'm going to restart the Flask app, because I think nope, it's still on. But I think I want it to be on in here so that we can see it. So I'm going to close this guy. Yep. And then I'm going to restart the Flask app in here. So let's see if I can remember it. It's nice. I'm actually learning stuff. This is actually working. Hold on. Do I need no space? Is that the problem? Did I do this again? I guess I'm not actually learning anything. Okay. Oh, and I need to be in my virtual environment, which I shut down. So, why? Darn it. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open a new terminal, because this is the only way I know how to do this. Control-Shift-P, create terminal. All right, and that opens my virtual environment. Then I'm going to close these, split this, and then I should be able to start the Flask app on this side. Export, oh, yeah. Flask underscore app equals Flask underscore app. So creative. Flask underscore env equals development. I don't even know what a Flask app really is in production. Like, it's got to be just, because that seems like it's such a, I don't know, it seems like too accessible. What do you mean you could not import the Flask app? Because I'm in the wrong directory. I will learn. It will happen. I promise. I am going to learn how to do this. I don't know what I said, Fluff. What did I say? I don't even know. My brain just went, eh. You mean me, or you mean Old Sloppy? Oh, well, look, so like, okay, so what I'm asking is like, all right, so see how up here it says export Flask app equals Flask app, right? And then export Flask env equals development. But so this puts it on a development server. But like, when would you use a Flask app in a production environment? Like, would you, like, isn't Flask supposed to be small and easy to use? Like, I I guess I just don't see it being used, but I could be totally wrong. It might be used widely for multiple things. I bet that's on the tutorial. So let me look for. Okay. All right. So they can be really different. Because you might have like ways to test. Okay. All right. I'll check that out then. So it wouldn't be like if I put it. Oh, no, that makes sense. So, but would you so so excuse me. I'm trying to like the reason I thought I was using Flask is because so I understand the difference between dev and production, but I thought Flask was like a very like simple, I guess, app environment. So that it's not really it's a web server, but is it like a robust web server? Is it something that you can use? Okay. All right. So okay. All right. So that does make sense. So it helps your app communicate with itself basically, or at least, with the browser, with the UI, I guess. Okay. All right, cool. I've heard of it compared to Django actually because the professor who taught Flask also teaches another class with Django. So that makes sense. I guess I haven't really brought an app. I mean, I've worked on an app that's in production. So I've worked in a development, but it was an app that someone else built. And so like I can read all the code and I can adapt the code, adjust the code, like build features off of what's already there because it's already a well-built app. And so this is like me learning from the bottom to the top because I started this from very, very scratch. I mean, I did use, again, like some of the structures and architecture patterns with Python, but so yeah, it's definitely good to know. I mean, I think I knew it was so I didn't know it was only a web server. Like I thought it might do like more than that, but I don't know what more. So, but yeah, or like and how like simple it is. And so do people release Flask apps or do they convert them to a more robust web server? I guess that's kind of what my thing is. Oh yeah, there's so much magic. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh cool. All right, good to know. Yeah, so the framework that I use for work is Laravel. It's a PHP framework. I don't know if you know anything about it, and so it's totally different than what I do here. 100%, almost 100, probably not 100, around 100. There are still events and message buses and databases. The bones are the same. You use Laravel or PHP? I know, it has so much magic. Bad for learning. Well, you have Laracast, which, is good. I think it's a great tutorial environment. So I like that. Laracast is really helpful for learning Laravel. And I actually think that Laravel, though you're right that it can be difficult to learn, I think that it challenges your brain to be like, oh, it can't be like I don't think I really understood controllers and probably still don't, but until I started like looking at the way that they're coded in Laravel, separate from like HTML and the PHP, and it's just very. I mean, I think the controllers are still written in PHP, but like So that's not really what I meant to say, but it's just neat. I think like it's just a cool framework. And I thought when I started learning Laravel, I was like, oh, this is good. This is like a good way to build an app, period. Because before I learned Laravel, I was like, how do people keep this organized? And of course, like being naive and brand new, I didn't think that I didn't think in frameworks. I thought in like flow charts and and like entity relationship diagrams. So, what is MVC? Yeah, MVC is just like in your head. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up so that I know, so I can be smart about using it. Oh, model view controller. Oh, okay. All right, that's good to know. I mean, again, like, actually, I'm gonna grab the book because I don't know what it is. By the way, Fluff, I'm really excited for you to try the tea. And I mean, so I actually think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna order the same tea that I told you to order so that I can compare it to the tea that I like. So I can tell you if it's similar to what I was trying to tell you to get. Okay, so when people say controller, I don't think anyone knows exactly what they're saying. Honestly, I get confused when people are talking about controllers. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. Right. You don't have to get a kettle, but yeah, you're probably right. Especially if the pu'er, so obvious, sometimes pu'er will come in blocks. And like actually they're really fancy like round pu'er tea. They're called tea cakes, and you have to like chisel off a bit of it to use it. And for those, yeah, for those you have to. I mean, I don't think you can still use a bag, so bags are all right. Your Diet Pepsi. How many do you have left? I think it's hilarious. Are you just trying to get through it? Like, oh, I've already had 10. Nice. So you had 2. That's funny. So sad. Oh no, so you're just going to have 18 Diet Pepsis sitting. So if like something happens to you, people are going to think, and they like, have to clean out your house, whatever, sadness. They're going to think that you loved Diet Pepsi because you have 18 Diet Pepsis. They're going to be like, oh, Fluff loved Diet Pepsi. So funny. That makes me laugh so hard. Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Oh, I don't think it will be. I think you can find teas that are less expensive, and we'll help find more that are good. Yeah, no, Jif has been out because they had that salmonella thing. So Jif just recently came back. Oh no, you were like, I hope I don't like it. Um, yeah, no. Well, yes. So maybe one of my challenges as a Twitch streamer should be like to compare like, oh, this is the expensive version and this is the cheap version. Oh, caviar. So we had caviar recently, and it was like a Russian virgin. No, we did not have virgin caviar. That's not what happened. But it was like a Russian version, like the way they eat it was with some of our friends. And they make crepes, They made crepes and then they put virgin, yeah, right? Like the eggs of the virgin salmon from Alaska. Like the fine black eggs of the, I heard that there was like black caviar, so that's why I'm saying that. But yeah, that's funny. So yeah, and so we had sour cream on the crepes, and then we put caviar on it, and it was crazy. It was a crazy experience. It was very salty. I mean, I think that's a given. And then I don't know. I think if I had a lot of sour cream, it would like balance the caviar, but I'm not sure that's what you want to do. You want to be like tasting the caviar. So I guess it depends. Didn't like it enough to spend $200 to have it again. So the caviar you got was $200 for a jar. Was it like this big? Teeny tiny. That's fun. Caviar on Pringles. I love that. Oh, that's amazing. That's so cool. 8 ounces, I think, is still pretty big for caviar. It's a big jar. I don't know. In my brain. Okay, back to this. So what was I doing? Try again. Oh, you did? Creme fraiche. Isn't creme fraiche just sour cream? It's the same thing. Same thing. It's just a fancy way to say sour cream. I made it once for bread that I made for Christmas. And it was like a special bread, like a fancy bread. Actually, I'll look it up because I know what it was. It was like a wreath. Chrysanthemum. Wreath. Bread. Christmas. Watch this. It'll just come up. No. Didn't. Maybe it's this one. BBC. This is it. No. It's not here. And it had marzipan in it. Oh, come on. I thought it was, here it is. Sour cherry and marzipan chrysanthemum. Oh, it's because I spelled chrysanthemum like a terrible, I missed the H. Okay. It was this one. And I made this, and I think it says to have it with creme fraiche. Yep, see? There it is. More options. Reject all. Reject all. Does that work? Okay. Yep, clotted cream or creme fraiche. Yes, it baked really, really well. I think to do it for the first time, I did, because I like doing like weird things for Christmas. Oh, sorry. I'll move that out of the way. And I'll blow up the picture because why not? Because it looks delicious. I know, it was my first time. So the easy thing is, so it cooks kind of quickly for bread. And you basically, so each one of these like swivels right here. So you take like a ball of bread and then you wrap it around a thing of marzipan. You like get like a little circle of marzipan and some cherry. You either do like, it was like whole cherries, but like the runny kind, or you can do like a cherry jam. And then, well, let's go look. Yeast. I don't, oh, right here. Yep, it does need yeast. I don't think I had to prove it. Yeah. Even if I did, it wasn't for very long. So, but anyway, it was really good. But the creme fraiche, hold on. Let's see if, here we go.
Creme fraiche.
Creme fraiche. Creme fraiche, says Google. So, yeah, it just tasted like sour cream. Maybe I did it wrong. Whatever. Anyway, enough tangents. I mean, you guys can still go on tangents, but I got to get back to work. Okie dokie. So then now we're gonna run Flask. And then that's good. And now we're going to PyTest. Yeah, I can't tell the difference. Maybe I didn't do it right. That totally could be it. So, all right. I think I'm actually gonna switch my, no, I'm not. Okay, so this is, gotta go into Soapbox and then PyTest, and then we'll watch the app do its thing. Okay, so it tries to connect and it gets a 404. And it does. Okay, so we've gotten, which is good that we've gotten the same thing, because it would be kind of weird if we didn't, because it was at the same exact spot that it was before. And so, cat. And so that's a good thing. I need to check something quick. Okay. Alrighty, so then we've got it from get HTTP 404, post submit recommendation, gets a 500 error. And all right. All right, let me look at what this is actually doing. So go back to test API. And then I feel a burp coming on. I hope it doesn't come. Oh, there it is. It ended up being more of like a hiccup. Okay. So I get post to add recommendation. All right. So where does this stop exactly? I'm gonna, what if I just run this? Python 3 test happy path returns 201. Can I just, no, can't, still can't autocomplete. And allocated batch. I'm not ignoring you guys. I just, how about just Python? Oh no, I need an M, probably, unless the test doesn't work like that, but it should. Will that work? No module. Oh, because it won't run as a module. Okay, I did try that. Fake meat with gluten protein. Ooh, is that how they make Beyond Meat? Like with gluten protein? I guess it would be cool. If you can actually make that, that's pretty talented. The fact that you are like cooking enough to the fact that you're cooking enough to be able to make fake meat is probably the coolest thing ever. Definitely. Like, I think that makes you a really talented chef. And you could definitely take that marzipan cherry thing and make it in like 40 seconds. It took me a long time. Soy and legumes. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I still can't get into the like fake meat. I don't really like real meat. I just eat it because it's easy to cook. But so like fake meat is just like fake things I don't like. Cheesecake. Oh, cheesecake's delicious. Okie dokie. So I can't run it as a module, which I think I already knew. So I got to go. So there's no such table recommendations, which is weird because I actually have another. I have another PyTest that says there is a table called recommendation. So if I do PyTest -k test _item table can load _lines. Yeah, so that passes. So that to me says that I do have a table, but it must not be connecting directly. Fake chicken made from gluten protein. Yeah, that's really interesting. And I imagine I don't really like chicken either, so. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know so it's got to be that it's not storing. SQLite 3 operational error, no such table. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this into Google, the Google machine, and see what's going on here because I don't understand why it can't find the error. Why am I Googling Google? It's fine. It's fine. Okay, Python, SQLite operational error, no such table. Trying to store data, blah, 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 blah. I did create the table. Oh, okay. It's trying to get. Maybe it's the database that I'm having trouble with. Like it's looking for the submit recommendations database or something, maybe. Hold on, let me look for submit recommendations. I'm not sure this is going to help. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna help. Oh, it's because this app root, is that the only place I have it? Post URL. No, I want this to be plural because I want to see where, okay, this is where it's happening. So it says path equals path file dot parent submit recommendations. So I feel like this file needs to say like SQLite or something. It should not necessarily say, okay, sorry, Fluff. I thought you were talking about cheesecake, so I came back. I think that file needs to have something other than the txt as the extension. That's what I was thinking too. So do I do a .db or something? Let's see what this does. I'm going to start with that and see what that does. Yeah, sorry. I was like, well, especially right now, I'm like still a little hungry because all I had was that burger. And so you guys talking about cheesecake is making me go like, oh, I wish I had cheesecake. I wish I had some cheesecake. So yeah. Okie dokie. That's okay though. There is always, we are always allowed to talk about food in this stream. Always permitted, unless the food is like, like, I don't know. I don't know what food is like that, but you know, like things that shouldn't be food, like human noses or something. Why did I do that? What I really want to do is, okay though. Why is that a different color? Did you see the post recommendation changed color or did it not? Nope. Nope. Making things up. That's why I could never be an eyewitness to a crime. Because I thought that was a different color. But something did, nope, nothing changed. Ugh. Okay, so maybe instead of DB, I do like SQLite. Okie dokie. Cat. Let me print the path. I do print the path. This is the path. What happens if I click my Flask app? Like if I click this, what is this saying this is? All right, I'll look at that in just a minute. I don't think it'll be confusing. I think it'll be helpful. I was thinking of doing a Flask tutorial anyway. I don't know if I want to do it right now, but so that maybe it's because I double. No. All right, let's open that. Oh yeah, the same thing. All right, using SQLite 3 with Flask. In Flask, you can easily implement the opening of a database connections on demand and closing them when the context dies. Here's a simple example of how you can use SQLite with Flask. So I've got import SQLite 3. Sorry, the cat now has a bug like near me, So I did do that. So if you look, submit recommendations DB. And is that what happened? Did it? See, it did make it a DB. Yes, I want to move that to the recycle bin. Recycle bin? Recycle bin. So, yeah. Tried that. It did work. I mean, it did actually make it submit recommendations.db, but it didn't change. I mean, I think it just added more. Wait a minute. I can do that. Yeah. Make sure you put could commit error at SQLite connection need to fix. There we go. That doesn't really work. Git push. All right, there you go. That's all yours. Okie dokie. So I just pushed that to the repository. And then, have I really already been on for like an hour and a half? It does not feel like it's been that long. Absolutely doesn't. I feel like I've only been on for like 10 minutes, I swear. This is why it goes so fast, because I just feel like so chill, just like doing programming, and probably because I'm not getting anything done. Okie dokie. So I just pushed that to the repository, so we'll see. If you can get it to work, you may. In add recommendation, date request.json, key error, date. So this looks like, so I'm going to just run this PyTest one more time. Oh, good. No, I'm glad. That's good. Learning together is really important, and I think the more that we can do this together, the better. So PyTest -K is going to be I'm going to want to do the same test. Happy path returns 201 and allocated batch. I'm going to put an array at the end just to see if I can get some extra information. It's going to fail, but then it'll show me over here where it stops. Okay. Oh, that was cool. Yeah, okay. So it's definitely that it just can't connect to the database, it seems like. No such table recommendations. Absolutely. And that's got to be because I am trying to, so let's actually go to the test API. So what happens? It tries to post to add recommendation. Post to add recommendation. I think I'm just gonna print everything I possibly can. That's poo test. Poo test. It's not poo test, it's pie test. Okie dokie. So it tries and it fails. It didn't give me two. It didn't give me two printed things, which is interesting. Like it might not even be getting to there. Or is that I know that there's another thing printing. Oh, that's because I said path URL instead of print URL. Good job, Christine. You're so good at this coding stuff. It happens. It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. Okay, so this is, and what if it happens if I click this and I do / submit recommendations? Because this should be _ recommendations. Can't find it. Doesn't care. Hates me forever. Fantastic. Okay. And then what I need to see, so it can't post because it can't connect. Ton of stuff set up to use recommendations DB and not submit recommendations DB. Oh, okay. So you think I change that? That makes sense, I think. That makes sense. So then we'll go back down to here. Actually, so Control-Shift-F, submit. It's got to be this guy. And then do this. All right, let's try that puppy. Well, maybe you're right, and that's all that matters. We try that first, and then all right. So let's see. So I'm going to go back to this test and then I don't know if this is right, but that doesn't feel right. No, that doesn't feel right. Hold on. because that's not even where it's failing. So hold on. Post add recommendation, get API URL. What did you do? I pressed Control B. It's not doing this. Oh, right. It's F12. Ugh. So get API URL, os.environment, get API host. Let's print the host. And I wonder if my SQLite isn't in the right port. All right, so the API URL is localhost. What we do in the shadows. Has anybody else seen that? I like the first season a lot. No, I haven't. So let's do Flask. Come on. This is Cat. Cat, are you stepping on something? Yes. Yes, you are. This is literally Python and Cat, because Cat has now ruined my ability to type anything. She just stood on my key. That's just gonna go until it stops. Yeah, it's a good show. I think it's really funny. I like the idea. I mean, so some people like the pirate one too. I don't know what it's called, but I haven't seen that yet. But I do really like what we do in the shadows, because I mean, I think Matt Berry is really funny. No, my cat doesn't know Python. She's just trying to, she's just trying to mess with my stuff, and including my music. Oh yeah, our flag means death. That's what it's called. But yeah, I don't know. Now she's purring into the mic. Can you hear her? Oh, she is stepping on the soundboard. You're right. And she's purring into the mic, which is kind of cool. She knows we're watching her. Oh, stop it. No. Oh my gosh, Cat. Seriously? Oh, that's funny. Nice. Yeah. My cat knows how to use a soundboard. That's pretty funny. Kitty, kitty, kitty. She just wants to hang out with me, that's all. She's trying to get on my lap. Excuse me. Not yawning for real, just yawning because I took a break. Okay. All right, so we're realizing that localhost is what we're getting when we say host, which is probably a good thing. http://localhost-500. All right, so in this test API, when I get URL, so really, and I'm just going to do this really quickly. So what's happening now, is that the right commenting? Hold on. Yeah, okay, good. So that is what URL is getting, or should be getting, is config. Right, config is the module. So it is getting let's go back. I just want to look at it quickly. So it's getting localhost, and then a 5,000. I think that's what's happening. Oh, frick. I'm not in the right spot. Here we go. Oh my God. Config. Here we go. No, where is, it's right here. But it's in my test API. There we go. Jeez Louise. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Okay, so localhost or no, it's this 5,000. So it's colon 5,000. And then after that, this request post should be localhost 5,000, then submit recommendations. And maybe you're right that it needs to just say recommendation. So maybe this is the thing that needs to be, but now that, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think this is gonna matter. Because the path should be getting, like the path should be getting C:/user/Twitch/desktop/Twitch app. Geez Louise, that's long for no reason. Slash recommendations. I should actually move this off the desktop. But so it should be getting that and then recommendations.db. Like it shouldn't, because that's the API URL, right? Hold on. Maybe it's not. And that, no, that's just here. But then it should be writing to this, right? It should be basically writing the JSON post to this file. That's what I'm understanding. Because I'm not yet putting this file, I don't know. Because I'm not using SQLite yet, right? Oh, wait, I never did the Flask init. What'd you say? Flask init DB? Oh, because the cat stepped on my stuff. That's what got me distracted. Sorry about that, Fluff. I just got distracted. Okie dokie. So basically I'll try the Flask init -db. Yeah, I know. I know, same. It's like, this was the hardest part for me, like in the class, like understanding how the server hosted, or the server basically passed the information to the database. Like this part is tough. It's hurts my brain and I don't know what I'm doing. All right, so let's go back to the tutorial because I'm sure it might help. Okay, so this is saying, I think, so I don't connect. I don't do any of this. I don't do any of this. Let's see what I've got for SQLite in here. I have a ton. Configure test Test email shouldn't even be in here. Test services. So let's go in here because it looks like this is the spot. Oh, okay, that's here. So but this isn't happening. I start this session but it is happening. Hold on, because when I test API, it says use fixtures in memory database, and so that's this guy, in memory database, which creates a SQLite engine, and returns the engine. All right, hold on. And this I remember this book using Postgres, and that is that's what happened because they don't use SQLite, and so that is where the deviation happened, which is a pain in the butt. Because I'm not using it yet. So I'm not using a message bus yet. I haven't written it, so yeah, that's the rest of that. Well, so if you go to Cosmic Python, I don't think so, because it should, like, I shouldn't need, well, I mean, you might be right. But I think that when, in the book, in chapter 4, if you go to Cosmic Python, code, like and you pull this down, go to chapter 4, which is this guy. No, come on. What are you talking about? Am I in a folder? I'm in an up folder. Yeah, gotcha. Here we go. I think if you pull this down, and I have before, it passes all tests. But they use like Docker and stuff, but they're not using a message bus yet. They don't put it in until later. But you might be right. So where... but I'm not sure. Excuse me. So if I go here to their Flask app, it just has this session. Like, that might be what I'm missing. Oh yeah, you bet. This is just the, here you go. So I'm not totally sure why it's not working yet, but maybe it has something to do with the fact that I'm not starting a session. Maybe I need to get the SQLite URI or whatever in the same way that this is getting the Postgres URI. Or I could just make it a Postgres app, I guess. I mean, but then I have to actually download Postgres, which I don't really want to do. Not right now, anyway. Unless there's a Postgres. I don't know if there's a Python Postgres like package. There might be, but I think you actually have to still have Postgres downloaded on your machine. If you do it with SQLite, then you know, obviously you can move it to another more robust database later. So I don't know. We shall see. Yes. Absolutely. All that stuff is just telling, exactly, it's just telling it which database to use. Wait, this one right here, all the stuff in flassapp.py? I think so. Because I don't, you know, I don't have a session started. And maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's because I don't have a session started. That it's not like, but I don't know. I don't know. This is what I get. It was not done on a tutorial. So, but I did use the guide, this as a guide. So it's just from this book, Architecture Patterns with Python. And so there were two things that were happening, right? My professor was going through and was like giving us advice and said change this or this because it's out of date or whatever, and then but then he was also like, yeah, but use this book as a reference. And so there were these times when I would be like, I am confused with this, like switching it to this, because I wasn't entirely sure like which to use or which one was better. And so it got to the point where it was like more difficult to try to target. Like I was trying to get the app to run to get a grade as well as trying to understand it. So, I mean, that's part of the reason why I'm doing this now, right? Because I'm not entirely sure, you know, where to go. Like I'm stuck on the database part. So, okay. Well, let's see the differences that I have between this and what is going on here, because I did get it past this point when it was actually, so the chapter that I stopped was the UOW chapter. And of course, that's not, yeah, I could. I'm just a little, all right, fine. Let's just do the session maker part. So what the session maker part is, for them might be a little different than SQLite, but that's okay. So it says get session. Ugh, I don't like the way this looks. It's hard to like look at. I'm just gonna move. No, I'll leave it here. So let's see. So they say get session equals session maker bind equals create engine config. All right. So I need to go to test API. Hey, Adam Fighter, welcome. Welcome to the chat. It's nice to see you again. Okie dokie. So we are going to put that session maker not here, but in my Flask app down here. All right, so we do get underscore session equals session. Okay, so I do have it in the app somewhere. Bind equals create engine. Apparently I have these somewhere. I don't know where they are, but config dot get, what should I use? So I want to import config to, oh, yeah, all right, I'm just gonna do it. Get SQLite memory URI, I think is what I want. Yeah, it's the same code. Like, I'm slow, I'm learning, that happens. I'm just trying to get it to actually connect to the database. So yeah, so you can pull it from the Git if you want and try to work on it with me. It will happen. All right, so I'm gonna do that one, get SQLite memory URI, open, close. One more, close. And that seems right. And then I just want to make sure that the get SQLite memory URI says what we want it to. So I wonder if we do this one or we do this one. Gets the fully qualified path to the recommendations DB file. So let's actually do this one right here instead of the URI and see if that works. Get SQLite file URL instead. And then, so when it says get session, then it, in here, it says define add recommendation, which is the same thing. And then session equals get session. And then I use open, close, parentheses. And then it's just got what it does. And that's where it ends. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it still failed, but what happened this time? Same thing. I didn't use the session. Maybe I didn't use the session. Oh, so I've already gotten this. Yeah, all right. So, well, maybe I haven't gotten this to work. So I might as well, because I'm using a unit of work, this is like taking me back to before I started using a unit of work. So if you go to, oh, thanks, Atom Fighter. That's really special of you to say. So if you, I'm going to go to my GitHub repository because there is, an old version of my code that actually, I don't know where it is. Oh, there are only 3 commits. Okay, so wrong one. Never mind. It's a really old version, not a Chrissy Codes version. So I'll have to find that on my own time and then bring it in. Unfortunately, that is what happens when. But anyway, so I'm using a unit of work. So see this unit of work .SQL Alchemy unit of work. So if we go to this on the path, so let's see, unit of work. and I go SQL Alchemy unit of work, it starts the session in here. So see, this says self.session factory. So because the unit of work basically builds the app piece by piece. So now this is all coming back to me, kind of. So because it builds the app piece by piece, well, at least one thing at a time. So a unit of work, I'll just look up the definition because it'll be easier to talk about it. Unit of work pattern. The unit of work is used to group one or more operations, usually database CRUD operations, into a single transaction or a unit of work so that all operations either pass or fail as one unit. And so this is part of the CRUD. And so like so if I go actually to the unit of work chapter, which is here, I'll show you. Let me pop back. Here we go, chapter 6. The book is Architecture Patterns in Python with Python. Is that? Yeah. Okay, so here if I go to tests, so source is going to be under Flask app, entry service layer. Nope, let me back up. Entry points, Flask app. It changed to this code because I'm using the unit of work to create the session. So it completely changes the way the app works. So I can't use the session maker now that I'm at this point. Although maybe I take a couple steps back. Because I'm like kind of exhausted and bummed. Thanks, Flav. I appreciate it. Maybe we'll just take a chat break because you guys, just for a second, just so I can like zen back and watch the cat like you guys. Oh, what is the error I'm getting? So the error that I'm getting, yeah, I don't think I need the session. Well, I need the session, but it's in the unit of work. So the unit of work basically says, hey, in order to work, I need a session. So it starts the session within the unit of work and then closes or ends the session. So the database gets built every time like an event or something happens. But until we get to the event, chapter 4 or chapter 6. So chapter 6 is what we're really in. It's the unit of work chapter, but we're trying to get the Flask API to connect. And you can just pull that whole code down. Like my code is slightly different because I use SQLite instead of Postgres right now. So, yeah, we'll see how that works. Okay. So the, this cat, what if I do this? Oh, I moved. There we go. Now she's alive again. Okay, anyway. So the error that I'm getting is that there's no such table as recommendations. And it gets all the way to the execute statement in the session, but it doesn't, then it just gets stuck. SQLite database. I'm trying to get it to the, all right, I'll scooch back over. I do kind of need a break, but I'm just going to take like a quick, like I just need to chat for a little while. I mean, I'm trying to get it to connect to the submit_recommendations.db or the recommendations.db, so the database. All I'm trying to do is try to get it to save the JSON. Yeah. Yeah. It's, I mean, just code can be, I mean, it's great and I love it, but it can be taxing sometimes because you just get to a point where it exhausts you. And that's okay. I mean, part of the reason I'm here is to help people realize that it's not always like fun and games and it's not always easy. And sometimes something that seems simple just takes a lot of time and effort. And so, yeah, I just want to take a sec to chat with the people on my stream. Because you guys are awesome and I appreciate the support. Crispy, Vera, Adam Fighter, Old Sloppy. That's Old Sloppy through. Aw. Thank you, Old Sloppy. We're testing out polls, so if you type 1 or 2 in the chat, you can say whether I'm doing great or really great. So, 2 people voted. Cat statue. She even has her eyes open too. Like she's not even closing her eyes right now, so she's not sleeping. I'm gonna move this over because it's being weird. So it is a little creepy that she's got like her eyes open and she's just staring. Hilarious. Yeah, so we talked about dinner. I wonder what Bender made for dinner. He didn't say what he was going to make for dinner. Fluff, what did you eat tonight? We were talking about dinner before you came in, what we all ate. Oh, there she did. She got excited. I think it's updated, but I just messed up that. Josh, hey, what's up? Aw, thank you. Welcome back. It's so nice to see you. Yeah, I mean, I'm just feeling, not that I'm not, not that I'm like, coding can be exhausting sometimes. I love it. Again, love it, but it's exhausting. So, Josh, did you eat anything for dinner yet? Adam, what did you eat? 14. You have to say that, Vera. All right, I'll push this to the Git, but I think as it is, it's pretty, architecture is a huge leap. It's like trying to walk into work and be asked to hire it as the vice president. Well, that's true, but I know a little bit about coding. It's just like, you're right. It's like knowing CSS and going in and being like, yo, can I make this app? And I mean, that's part of the challenge, but my professor and what I learned from my class is that, so my professor, who was really, really great, I mean, I really appreciate him, but he learned from his, he told me a story about his professor who was just like, nah, just jump in and do it. And I think, you can't just, cheeseburger, you can't just say I'm gonna learn it incrementally because of how quickly people grow and how far behind I am, and I understand that. Yeah, you have to keep several parts in your mind simultaneously, and that's exactly right, Adam Fighter. It's really that. It's that I got to be like, okay, what's checking my database and where is this looking and where is this actually going and why isn't this connecting and what is it supposed to be writing to and yada yada. So it can be really tough. Oh, thank you, Adam Fighter. That makes me feel really good. And everybody, thank you for your encouragement. Like, and I think that's also something that people really need to see, that there are people out there who are willing to help. So yeah, and it's good to just take a break and stop thinking about it. Okay, so I want to see what everybody ate. Oh, Adam Fighter ate spaghetti, always a favorite. And then let's see, Fluff, half a pound of beef, 1 head of broccoli, 3 ounces of mushrooms, a handful of nuts, and some chopped onions with nutritional yeast. That sounds really good and like a freaking feast. Oh, I can moist with the vest changer is what I was going to say. Mess with the vest changer. Hold on a minute. So which I will do. So what we want to do is be able to, so when hopefully if I eventually get to affiliate, and like really the cool part of just being affiliate is that you get like chat points. So the longer that you stay in the chat, the more fun it is. But like the more, sorry, not the more fun it is, the more points you get. So as you stay in chat, you get like these chat points. And so we want to be able to use them to change my voice. And so we're going to try that out really quickly. So I just have to set that up. Okay, perfect. So SpongeBob SquarePants. Alrighty. Josh had a bagel. All right, I go here for the voice changer, and then, okay, so I gotta turn it on.
There we go. That's what the voice changer does. It's fun. That's the baby. It's my favorite. And then, let's see.
What's this one? Oh, no. Well, I guess it depends on what I say. That's fun. Okay, I see you, Fluff.
I'll try that. Do you want
This one for your entire life utterance? I feel like it's a little bit snobby because it's slower. So, but in a good way, in like a I'm so much cooler than you way. But yeah. Okay, and then this one.
Okay, what is this? Oh, the chipmunk one. Yeah, the chipmunk one is one of my favorites. The baby one. And this is a music one too. Hello? Oh, that's like robotic. Oh, I see. I want this to be my continual utterance. Go back. I don't know which one T-Pain is. Oh, I love this. This is so much fun. This one is the one I'm supposed to sing to. No, I don't think it's this one. I don't think it's this one. This one? Oh, okay. I like that. That's fun. Yeah. Flop is like, I just figured out the answer and you should try it. Let's not play. Oh. I don't know any, I can't like think of any songs. Twinkle, twinkle. No. I'm not gonna do that. Oh, what does Kesha sing that would go with this? Yeah, some good smooth time. right. Okay. Off. This is so fun. I'm digging it. Yeah. Oh, that was so fun. Oh, wait. Yes. I'll try that. I'm just going to do that one. Oh, it changes. Oh no. Voice changer slider. Let's see. Don't stop. I can't do it. Tonight I'm gonna fight till we see the sunlight. So much fun. Now Kesha's gonna sue me. Funny. Ah, I thought I turned it off. Okay. All right, I'm back. Oh, I could do Phil Collins. For one so small. No, wait. Is that right? You seem so strong. My arms will hold you, keep you safe and warm. This bond between us. Yeah, right? Oh, yeah. Josh is Kesha's best friend. Kesha forever. Phil Collins probably isn't, though. Oh, is there an echo? Okay, hold on a minute. Got it. Did I fix it? I think I fixed it. Can anybody else hear the, nice, Vera. Can anybody else hear the echo still? I can turn it off if it's not echoing still. Awesome. Cool. Got to do the hair shakeout, and then I can go back to work. All right, back to work. Deep breaths in. And out. Well, the soundboard was fun because the cat was stepping on it earlier. So that's the red one. Yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm really excited. I'm excited. Like, I mean, I love hanging out with you guys. It's just so much fun. I really don't care what happens. I'm just having a blast, learning with you and being with you. And I think as I learn more about the Stream Deck we have and the soundboard, it's just going to be a blast. We're just going to have a great time. And that's all that matters, is just that we're having fun. So absolutely. I think that's a great idea. It's hilarious. Oh, yeah. You like the baby one, Adam Fighter. So I think I've done this in the past, but I can do the chipmunk voice with my actual voice, but it's it doesn't sound the same, but it does sound similar. So I can talk like this. And not everybody can do this. And I think but some people can. But I feel pretty special that I can do this. If you just squeeze your little voice, you squeeze your little vocal cords, and you sound all fancy. It's an amazing talent. Oh, say, can you see? Wait, was that the bad one? Maybe I'm not singing a patriotic song right now. Let's sing non-patriotic song. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. And I will always love you. I will always love you. Gollum? I can do that too. That was fun. But I'm not as good at Gollum. Next time. Maybe next time. Okay. Yes, I broke. That's what coding does to you, man. It gets under your skin and it breaks you. And then it fixes you because you finally get it. And you're like, wow, this is amazing. And I finally can see the world. All right, Fluff. Let's go back to what you were saying about what I should do. So you said, in my coding, I am doing this. Return F SQLite. I'm looking. I'm so thirsty. I wish I could find a search button. I can't find a search button. Hello? Let's see if it works. SQLite. No, it didn't work. Let's see. So, starvation diet. Fluff, I'm actually just looking at yours to try to find it. Okay. Hey, in your coding, you are doing this. Return F SQLite / memory. And I needed, what if that's it? What if that's the whole thing? And what's, like, if I need, okay, let's see. So let's get rid of this session here because we do not need that. I don't think. We'll see. And then, let's see. Recommendations. Where was it? It's in my config, right? Here it is. But I still am not entirely sure that this, okay, so you're saying, and same with this. So maybe I use one of these instead of this one, get API URL, sorry. Maybe I need to use get SQLite, one of these two. Because right now, neither of those are being, delete line 19.2, line 6, no, not there, line 6. This line 6? Okay, I've got you. You mean here. Thank you. Ta-da! Has anyone ever used that pair programming shared workspace thing that VS Code has? No, I've never used it. I'm removing too much stuff? Well, I don't think, I just went to config and I deleted one dash here and one dash here. And I don't think I want the session maker still. Oh, can I zoom in? Sure, yeah, absolutely. I think I can do it. No, it doesn't work with my scroll. I'll just do a plus. A plus. Whoa! Too much. There we go. Is that better? All right, line 6. In config should not have memory. And I removed the extra slash on the file URI that I don't want. Yeah, that's what I did. I did Control+. Is that good enough? I think that's, if that's not fine, let me know. I can always do more. Let's hide that because I'm not using that right now. So the thing that I'm lost is I removed the extra slash on the file. Yeah, but I don't think I'm even using these, so it doesn't really matter, right? Oh, okay. Looking at Discord. Okie dokie. Humming, humming, humming. Ha, 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 ha. My improv group has a Discord as well. And I don't want to be Chrissy Coates there. So is it programming and stuff you put it? Nope. New, general. Yep. Oh, 3 slashes do need to be there? Oh, okay. I see. Thank you. Okay. So I delete another one. Sorry. That was kind of funny. Hilarious. Okay, here we go. All right, so I don't think that's gonna make it work though, because I'm still, so if I use, now I have to decide which one of these I wanna use in the, I'm just gonna delete this because it bugs me. Anytime it's here, it's like, it's not used, don't want it. All right, so it's this one I think that I want in FlaskApp. Do you know if I can see 2 files at once? Split editor. Is that too busy for everybody? If that's too busy, let me know. It's a little bit a lot. It's too much, I think. All right. Whoa! I didn't mean to do that again. All right, there we go. So, okay. So now we want to go to FlaskApp, either FlaskApp, which is right here, and we want to go to the correct then it's in config. No, it's in this one. So do I want to get, I think I want to get rid of the memory here too. Well, okay, I will try and run it, but I don't think I want the memory here. Yeah. And then I want to make sure that for the actual test, I want to get the SQLite file or memory. Hold on, let's go back and check. Thanks. That's helpful. I'll try to do that. Only 2 slashes on. I'm looking. Hold on, Fluff. So got multiple places I gotta look. Hold on. So, path to database. All right, I think we're getting closer. So for the create engine, yep, I'm with you. But it doesn't totally matter if I'm not using that, correct? But I think I am using this one. Am I using this one or this one? Let's take a look at my actual test API code. So in my test API code, I say URL / submit recommendation. Yep. Well, I should be anyway, right? So I got to make sure this one is right. So that one is this one, I think. I'm going to get rid of this. This has to disappear. This has to disappear. I got to clean this, and this is going to go away. All right, here we go. All right, so here is where I want that, I think. Yep. I'm using line 5, you mean, right? I think we're on the same page right now. Line 5, yep. Okay. All right, let's try to run this and see if this does what we want. And then, oh, okay. Are you sure? Because we've just been, All right, fine. I just believe you. I think you've probably been looking at it because I took a break, so I'm gonna trust you on this one. Yep, I gotcha. Oh, I see. I see, okay. Oh, I see. And should this then be recommendations? Okay, so if this is my server, all right. I'm just gonna run this and see what happens. It might be terrible, and I might not be there yet, but so okay, that's fine. It's fine. So what's this is doing, this is actually probably what I should be doing the whole time. I should be trying to comment this so that I understand what is going on. So first, the PyTest connects to the in-memory database, which is configure test right here. Does this need 2 slashes instead of 3 then? Do you think? And I think it does, because on that thing that you said on the Discord, which you guys can look at if you want, on the bottom it says the SQLite memory identifier is the default if no path is present, but there is a path. Okay, so I need 2 here. This probably still won't work, but so basically what happens is, all right, it still couldn't find the table, but that's fine. We haven't broken anything yet. So it creates the SQLite engine. So I'm going to write that on the test. Creates SQLite engine is what that does first. That's all it does. And then after that, it restarts the API, which is working, I think. If we go through it, it does get past that point. So I don't think it's having an issue doing that. Which just means it's just reconnects. Then it says, starts with post to add recommendation, which goes into here. So this gets the URL. I'm gonna print this just to make sure we're getting the right thing. And I'm also going to get rid of that other print statement that's in configure test because it's here. Because I don't want to do that anymore. Go back to test API and then let's see what that URL looks like, because that should be SQLite something or other. At this point, no, it's localhost. Oh no, it's not connecting to my database. Duh. It's connecting to the API. And so the API is sitting. Yeah. I mean, so I'll tell you the story about Soapbox, and maybe I could definitely keep thinking about this because it gets to the API, but then, so the reason it's called Soapbox is because, like, I think there's a story about people standing on soapboxes and telling their, like, claiming what, yeah, you probably did. I hope so. It's Chrissy Codes. It's pretty easy to find. So is that Okay, so a soapbox used to be a way to like, you basically would stand on a crate or a soapbox, which they used to look like crates, I guess, and you would spread your message, you know, and so it's kind of a metaphor for sharing the things that you like. So the reason I started thinking about this app was because I like this author named Zachary Pike. He writes Orconomics, and which is this great satire. It's an economics satire. And I connected with him and asked him like, hey, what's the best way to support you? And he was like, well, you know, Patreon or whatever. And I was like, there's got to be a better way to support our, like, or I said, invest, you know, like, is there a way to invest? Because you can fall in love with a book or an author or something and want to help them. But then you're like, okay, but like, smart people invest in things, right? So what's a way to invest in it? And so I was thinking like if we created an app that somehow like paid you back to invest and you were able to share your opinion and still get paid for it, then that might be a cool way to start it. And so that's where like the name Soapbox came from, but I don't expect that this app will ever pay anybody. It was just sort of where I started the idea. And so, yeah, so that was where kind of this came from, was like spreading your thoughts about an app or a book or a restaurant or whatever. But yeah, anyway, so that's one of the ideas for a name for the app. There's another one, but okie dokie. So then basically we still get this guy. Yeah. Oh, it said method not allowed. So it has a different error now. Yeah, so it's not found. It just says the method isn't allowed, which is probably fine. So it is somehow connecting the two. Like there is communication happening, which is good. Okay, so Fluff, you were saying that this connects to the API and then it restarts. So it connects to the API and then it tries to post to add a recommendation. But shouldn't then it post this as a JSON? Yeah, absolutely. That would be good. Yeah, absolutely. Make a GitHub. That would, I mean, one of the things like already Atom Fighter already like did an exclamation point. Well, I think it's because there's nowhere to store them, right? Yep. Right. Exactly. Store the tables. So I have an object relational model right here. Sorry. That's my test. These are the tables I want to store. Oh, yeah. Well, I can kind of walk you through it, I guess. But I suppose I don't know either. I mean, I do, but the way that so one of the things that I had struggled with when I was first learning how to do this is like, I remember asking my professor, like, where do I start? Like, it's really tough to start at the beginning because a lot of that is asking. I have a diagram. I think I can hunt it down. Let me see if I can hunt my diagram down on my laptop, and I'll push them up to the Git when I can. I'm not gonna do it right now because I don't want to like interrupt the conversation, but yeah, I can absolutely put up the diagrams for this because I do have an entity relational diagram, and then I've got I have like a database diagram, which could be really helpful. So yeah. So do you want me to try to explain Fluff? And I can try to carry you around the code since you do have it in front of you. Like these just aren't, these two, message bus and notifications are not, they were just put there because I had to pass the class. But, and Bootstrap and commands. Like the things that work right now is really nothing. Hilarious. So, so I have a model, recommendations dot py. We all know it's Python code, so I'm not going to say that anymore. And it receives, it can receive, and I can go to my test. Yeah, I'm doing what I can. I can try to, I can try to put the diagram up sooner. I just don't want to break the stream up because that might be annoying. And I'll have to like look at another computer and I have to go get it and stuff. But basically, yeah, I'll do it later. Let's get to I have to kind of remember this too anyway. Basically, a recommendation is requested. Now, I don't have a request yet so I don't have a request yet. This app assumes that a request has already been made. I'm trying to use him, Adam. Fluff, do you feel like I'm not using you enough? Would you like me to use you more? Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. But yeah. So, yeah, I thought so. Okay. So starting over. So basically, more about like Python or more about the app or more about the structure or more about, I wish I knew too. All right. So the way that they have you set up the app is you start with a basic model. And the basic model for me is the recommendations app. So basically I started with tests because I was trying to do test first development, which is test driven design. So basically I don't even see my test for recommendations though. It's got to be here somewhere, but I think it's kind of basic. I remember that's what my professor said, is like if you're just testing that the model exists, then fine. But I can look. I can look. It's got to be here somewhere. Anyway, so, and I think it's in the repository because okay.
So basically, you start, this is very distracting. Let's see. I think it's the repository where it starts. Yes, server is running on the left. And then I run the tests on the right. That's correct. Yes. And so I'm looking at where the server gets stuck, the logs. And the test tells me what the problem is, which is it's getting a 500 error, which I think is that the method is unavailable. But I'm not entirely sure what that means. I really think it has something to do with SQL Alchemy not being able to create the table. But whatever. Okay. I'm going to turn the baby off.
So yeah, anyway. So that is what's happening. And it's able, like it does start to post the right stuff. Open the database file using another app. It's right here though. The recommendation table is right. Oh, it's not being created. Hold on. Oh, I mean, I don't think it is being created because I'm using a unit of work. Well, it should be being created. Well, that's the whole point, I think, is that it's not creating the table and that it's not writing to anything. It should be, what it really should do is call up the database, create the recommendations table, write to the recommendations table, and then get the result from the query the recommendations table. I still don't think I would, I still wouldn't be able to find, I don't think I'd be able to find. SQL Alchemy is trying to grab the table by giving the database connection a SQL query specifically asking for the recommendations table. Right. Yes, I understand that. But I don't think I'm instantiating the database, the SQLite database. And I don't even have, I don't have a, SQLite is embedded. I don't think it's actually creating a database. I think it's just creating the file. Because the way I'm not storing them as okay, here is what I know, and I think I've said this before, and this is okay. On your server, you never create the database, but in your test, you do. Okay, so I need to create in the Flask app. I need to create the database. This is what you sent me before, right? Oh, no, that's not what I want. I'm just going to go to the one that you sent me before. All right, go to configure test. Look at lines 17 and 18. 17 and 18, right here. This is the test creating the in-memory database. But then if I go to config, is what you're saying, I don't create it. Or Flask app. I do though. Wait, I do. I mean, I think. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, Atom Fighter. Hold on. So you might be right, but here is where I should call it in the unit of work. here is where the session is. So if I go, or in the repository. Did I double click that? Damn it. Where the hell is it? Why isn't that opening? Am I insane? Okay, no, that would be cool. But like, oh, thank you for following, Dota. We appreciate it. Woo! Well, I don't call it in my unit of work, but I call it in my repository. Oh, it's open. Right here. But this is just a self session. So this is not actually, this isn't actually my SQLite session. This is just the like temporary. Yeah, right. Yep. No, I got you, Fluff. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. So then the ORM. All right, so let's go to the ORM. I would be totally happy to set up a call because well, first of all, some of this is old in my brain and some of it I just never knew in the first place. Okie dokie. So this is the mapper. And so you're saying I need to put the session in here. All right, hold on. Let me see something. The unit of work I give to the repository in the code I was working in. Okay. Are you just saying that's what I should be doing? Like I should be giving the unit of work to the repository in the code I was working in? I think that's what I was doing, right? I think. Maybe. I don't know. Now I'm going backwards and losing confidence. It's okay. It's all right. I'll gain it back. No worries. Don't worry. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for that, fudge, Cosmic Python, because I want to see what they do. My code base is cpound. No idea if they do it properly. Actually, that always applies. No idea if I'm doing it correctly. Okie dokie. So if I go to, let's go back. And I'm going to go to the unit of work chapter because that's the same structure that we're in. Yeah, I always say it stupidly. Sorry about that. It is C#. You're right. I know. I always call it cpound. I don't know why, because, when we were kids, that was the pound sign. But it is C#, I know. All right. Well, let's try that. Or if you want, you can try it and push it to me, or we can do it here. It doesn't matter to me either way. I just want to see what's happening here. So in their unit of work, is it an adapter? No, it's in service layer, unit of work. They have the session factory in the same way that I have it. Octothorpe. So it's C Octothorpe. Oh, that's a good idea. All right. I want to try what you said, Fluff, to start. I mean, so I've created a database before in Terminal. I mean, and I've dropped one and And I've added stuff to it. You think instead of SQLite, okay. That makes me so nervous though. I'd rather, cause like all of my code's in like, couldn't I just put it in a JSON file and like do that instead? I'm just so nervous of deviating that much. MySQL. All right. Okay. All right, let's try it. That's the goal tonight anyway, so I'll try. Do I have an echo still, or did I turn off? I think I did. Okay, good. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna download MySQL. You think? I mean, is it gonna take longer than figuring out this error in SQLite? SQLite has the same interface as any SQL database. You might be increasing the complexity. Yeah, I'm not using, so yeah. So I haven't used Docker. I have, I mean, I don't know. I know SQL coding. So Dota, I would say that I know a ton of stuff, but none of it's connected. Yeah, I agree. I know, right? That's okay. That's all right though. We're doing fine together, and we're learning together, and we're getting there, and it's fine. And this is possible because, well, I just know it's possible. But it's just that there's something that I'm missing. So I know how to like write great SQL code, and I know how to read a lot of code, and I can write PHP and CSS and HTML, and that's pretty basic. But in terms of like architecture and building an app from the bottom up, I don't do that. This is the first time I've really done that. If I manually create the database and the table, then I don't have to ask SQL Alchemy to do it. So the whole point of using SQL Alchemy is to put an abstraction between your database and your code so that they're not linked to each other. And so do we want to, like, doesn't that couple my code and my database? Like, don't I not want to do that? Like, I want to keep SQL Alchemy in the middle as an abstraction. Well, yeah, no, that's a good idea, Josh. I think that's a good idea. And I think that's kind of what I'm going for. All right, well, let's try that. All right, hold on. Let's get some information together then, right? Let's go through this Flask thingy that you sent me. Wrong one. Do you remember what that? My ears are hurting. It always happens. I have huge, ginormous lady ears. Ow. Okay, here we go. All right, let's go to, this is just white. It is white. Here we go. So using SQLite with Flask. So why don't we just do this baby project first? Let's take a second and just do this like little, we'll make a file. Let's go up and do cd up, right? Because this is a learning, like that's why I'm here, to help. Yes, SQL Alchemy is the interface I'm using. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Baby for the baby. Oh, baby voice for the baby projects. You guys want me to do it through the whole thing? I will. That's that's the joy of being a Twitch streamer. Okie dokie. So I am going to touch file. Does it touch to do a folder? I'm going to do this just so I know this. So bash. Is that bash? Yeah, bash. Touch create folder. Does it touch create a file, right? So how do we create a, oh, it's dir, right? mkdir, just remembered it. Okie dokie. Make directory Flask tutorial. The slow voice needs a name. Yeah, we can name it. It's all good. I think it'll be fun. Please no, Fluff. Please no. What if I do my real baby voice? All right. Okay, so we made a folder called Flask tutorial, and we're gonna do this puppy with it. Maybe it'll teach us something because it says using SQLite 3 with Flask. So it'll get us at least to the point where we need to figure this out. So that means I need a new virtual environment, right? Ugh, and that squeezes everything. So let me just, I'm gonna delete my Flask. Oops, shit, wrong one. Sorry, everybody. Let's do it again. I'll delete this one then. My bash, there we go. Lethargic Valley Girl. I like, oh my God. Okay. This is not really a tutorial. Yeah, it does have a weird ecosystem around package management. Yeah. And so if I do, oh no, but this is, stop it. So I got to deactivate. Or no, I think I can actually use, I think I can use the virtual environment in the folder I am in now. Yeah, I think I can. Which pip? Yeah, I think I can. I don't think it's going to change much. All right. So let's open this up. So what this says is that I import SQLite and then from Flask import G, which who knows what G is. I actually have no idea what G is. Is it a request thing? Oh God, this is giving me anxiety. All right, I'm gonna go back to the actual Flask tutorial. But this one doesn't use SQLite, does it? To find the and access the database. So what's C? Yes, this one uses SQLite. Okay, so this is the same thing. It's the same thing. So let's run through this tutorial. Okay, so I made a directory Flask tutorial. I cd into Flask tutorial. Don't do the Flask tutorial. I would go to SQLite and figure out how to build a database in SQLite. Brilliant. How to build a database in SQLite. SQLite in 5 minutes or less. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Okay. You want to do this one, SQLite in 5 minutes less, or tutorials point? I think actually this is going to be the same one we were just looking at. So I'm going to do this one. Download the code. Oh no, okay, Atom Fighter, we'll see you around. It's all good. Thanks for visiting. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you on Discord anyway. Okay, create a new database. Add a shell or DOS prompt, sorry. So maybe I just need to declare the recommendations as a test, as a DB. Well, maybe I don't really need to do... I don't understand. What? Yeah, what is easy? Yeah, right. I know. I agree, Fluff. Okay, cool. I see what you're saying. But don't I, okay. Add a shell or DOS prompt. Enter SQLite 3 test DB. This is not shell, it's bash, but I don't know. Oh, Josh, thanks. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate the coming by and the help. We'll see you soon. Okie dokie. So if I don't think this is gonna make a difference, but I'm gonna try it anyway. SQLite 3 recommendations.db. Okay. Do I need to do Python 3? -m? Is it a module? I think it is, like built in or something. .db. But don't I already, no, this isn't a Mac. I think that SQLite is in Python. No, I don't. It's not that I knew how to, well, I know how to create a database and drop one. But anyway, yes, we'll talk to you later, Adam. I will definitely take your advice. But yeah, I will. Maybe not right here though. I think, so this is a download and I don't have a Mac, but I think that this is already in Python. I think SQLite somehow is a base Python. I'm thinking. So is the problem that I just don't have it? SQLite 3 can be integrated with Python using SQLite module, which is written by Gerard Herring, blah, blah, blah. It provides, to use the SQLite module, you must first create a connection object that represents the database, and then optionally you can create a cursor object, which will help you in executing the SQL statements. Python SQLite module APIs. I'm actually, the cat's not dead. She's just sleeping. All right. Connect to a database. Import SQLite. Yeah, this is where this should happen. I don't know. Do I need to connect? All right, let's try this. Let's just do a Python. Let's just do a Python file. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete this folder because I don't want to do this right now. I may do it later, but I'm not gonna do it right now. Okay, so we're gonna create a Python folder called so touch. That might not work. I'm just gonna do it the old-fashioned way because I don't want to. New file. I'm gonna write. Let's call this SQLite test.py, and then we are going to. So I think of it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read. Database goes to code base, and you can connect to the database through a string that specifies the address and port. Yeah. Right. True. But SQLite is supposed to be a light version of a database, right? I mean, I don't know enough. Honestly, I don't know enough. You might be right. I don't. What my understanding of SQLite was that it wasn't. Was that it was a. Like, am I reading? Hold on. I'm just going to go to the overview. Okay. SQLite is a software library that implements a self-contained serverless zero configuration transactional SQL database engine. Okay. So after I say that, I don't think this lives outside of Python. I think it is, you don't need to download it or anything. You can just use it in Python to sort of do your bidding, do your database, like it stores it in Python or something. And then this is what Adam was talking about with creating the database, SQLite database, but that's not what's happening right now, overview. So we're gonna start, yes, I'm gonna go to the installation section, which I just was at. So then go to the, oh, okay, maybe you're right. But I think this is the same. No, maybe you're right. Hold on. Today, almost all the flavors of Linux OS are being shipped with SQLite. But I don't think I have. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I just got there, Fluff. Thanks. Sorry. My fingers were off. SQLite 3. All right, let's down this puppy then. Let's do what Dota said. And we will actually install it. Hate installing stuff on my computer. I gotta put a virtual machine on here. Okay. Deep breaths. All right, let's go to the SQLite download page where it originally went. Sorry, Dota. I just had to catch up with you. Which one? Binaries for Windows. This guy? All right, 64-bit. And I don't need the CLI or anything. So I think you're right, and you don't think it'll, all right. I mean, okay, so before we go into MySQL and all of that stuff, like there's no connection string crap. I gotcha. So my first database is SQL Server or Oracle, basically. I mean, there are two. So I've used SSMS to connect to a SQL server. So I know SQL, but I don't know SQL in the context of programming. Yeah. So like I can run like SSMS is a SQL GUI, right? That is like simple to just code in and play with and create databases and all of that jazz, right? But absolutely, it's awesome. SSMS is great. I love it too. Same. But I don't think that I'll necessarily benefit from, and if you guys can help me understand this a little better, that would help me. But like MySQL, will it feel like SSMS? Because that's not going to teach me anything. It's just going to show me when a database pops up. I'll like create it in here and it'll pop up. But what I really need is to understand like how to, test without a database, because it's similar but different. Okay. All right. That's good to know. Like I don't mind the idea of using SQLite unless you're thinking that I can get to SQLite eventually. Oh, goodness gracious. Hi, Crispy. That's true. I'm trying to run tests completely without a database at all. So that's what you're saying, like basically connect to a database that's easy. Yeah. Okay. I understand what you're saying, because in the class, I didn't understand what I was doing. So I jumped to integrations before I even had my layer going. Hey, Feck. I'll just say that. What's up, Feck? Testing the database layer is really difficult, just in general. I'm learning it, and now, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I think you're right. And you're right too, Fluff. Like I'm trying to do integration tests on something that's not even here yet. So yeah, I get what everybody's saying, and I can jive with that. So also Old Sloppy, I think I'm gonna stay up for a while until everybody drifts off, because I actually feel like I'm motivated here, so don't feel like you have to stay on all night. But yeah, so okay, so let's take a vote, because I think I do have a poll up. Do we want to try MySQL, or do we want to try my or SQLite, because MySQL may take a little bit of download time, but the same thing is going to happen with SQLite, except I'm closer and everything I've written. What do I want to do? I want to learn. I just want to learn. All right. Yeah. I think I'd really like to try SQLite because I've got everything written for it. And that's going to make me feel right. And that's going to make me feel more accomplished. But I do understand your point of being able to see the database get created and to populate things in it. All right, let's do this. We're doing it. Thanks, Fluff, for the encouragement. Fellow programmers. It's okay. That's funny. All right, so we're gonna do the binaries for Windows. And we'll see if this fails. And if it does, then we'll try something in the future. All right, so I download this, and then I'm going to follow those instructions like it says. So it says go to the download and download the precompiled binaries for the Windows section. Download SQLite shell win32-zip and SQLite DLL win32.zip zipped files. Yeah. Making wrong decisions is for the marketing department, not the development team. Or the C-suite. Am I right? Okie dokie. I just want to make sure I've got the right ones. SQL tool binaries. Hold on, I gotta go back and see what so the two that it says are SQLite shell win32, SQLite DLL win32. Are those here? No, they're somewhere else. Third link under Windows binaries, classified. Very funny. C-suite. Yeah, well, C-suite isn't very sharp. Aw, that was a cute little programming pun. I think you're an official programmer. All right. SQL 2's win32. Is that both of them? .zip. Download. Alrighty. And that's the right, and this guy too? Do I do them all? Hold on a minute. Isn't that what that's saying? I do the 64 and then the tools. This is the, Jesus. Oh, I can't breathe. Okay. Download precompiled binaries from the Windows section. Download SQLite shell win32-zip. Yeah, for real. The whiskey and tea. I agree with you. Should just drink for the rest of the night. The healthy vodka. It's just straight gin. Yeah. I'm like holding my breath because this is telling me to do things that I don't see. So, okay. Go to the SQLite download page and download precompiled binaries from Windows, the Windows section. All of these, I'm just going to do all of them. It's not going to hurt anything. Yeah, I know. So I double click. No, no. All right. All right. All right. So I'm just gonna delete this. I'm just gonna leave it for now. All right. So I double click this. It's a zip file, so I have to extract it. Hopefully I've got something to extract it with. Okay, good. Wrong one. Let me look. I hate this view. It's a new list. There we go. List with details. Details. All right. I just want to see which one I downloaded first so that I can use those two. All right. So this one I'm going to extract. Yep. I don't care. Is that extracted now? Why is it on the desktop? That kind of blows. I guess because I told it to go to the desktop. All right. All right. So I did the two that I needed. And I'm going to double click. And I'm going to open them. I'm so anxious. All right. Create a folder. C SQLite and unzip the above. All right. And so in this folder. Okay. So I've got to go all the way to my C and just move these. So all right. And should I do this to the D drive? I know. I feel you. All right. If Old Sloppy, should I just do this to the D drive or should I do it? I'm just going to do it to C. Yeah, I know, but okay, D is strictly storage. Okay, gotcha. I know. That's because I expect to be a really successful programmer someday and I'll need all the space. Or a Twitch streamer. At this point, I don't care. Okay. So then I gotta go back to C and then create. Why do they want me to create it here? Oh, I hate creating. Seems messy, but all right. Yeah, I've heard about that, Dota, but whatever. I don't have to do programming forever. I can eventually make games and just play them. Maybe. I don't know. Who cares? Thank you. Laziness. Well, and see, here I am like saying, I'm pretty lazy. I copy other people's. I mean, so in the app that I work with at work, I just like copy what they've done and move it over and use it and just develop it into a new feature. So I know how to be a little lazy, but yeah, you do. I'll get there. All right, so now I want to make a new folder. I hate this. And I'm going to call it SQLite. Yeah, absolutely, and it helps me learn. Funny, Old Sloppy, funny. All right, now we're going to move these puppies over. And this one into SQLite because it told me to, and I'm a good listener. Whoops. Sorry. All right. And then we're gonna, it says, what? Why do I have both of these? I don't want both of these. I'm dizzying. This one. Where the hell are my instructions? Okay, I found them. Look at all these ads that I'm not getting any. Yeah, Dota, no, I hear you about not getting famous that way. And I don't care about getting famous. I just want a good community. I want people to hang with. And I don't want to, whatever. Okay. Dibs on not finding that environment file. I want the DLLs that I extracted. Okay. These guys. Oh, this is a shortcut. I don't want that. I don't want a shortcut. Yuck. You know them already. Well, sure. Okay, well, let me just like, let me just get it so it's not a shortcut. I just want to move it. Okay. Move. That's what I want to do. Okay. All right. I see. Okay. So these need to be in the same space, right? So I should move these up, I think. Yeah. This guy is a DLL. And this. I don't like that. I hate that so much. I know I'm quiet. This is when I focus. Should these not be? Yeah, okay. All right, and then I'm just gonna delete these folders because I don't need them. And now I wanna run each of these applications, right? SQL Diff, SQLite 3, and SQLite Analyzer. Add it, no, they're here. I see, so they're here already. So when I run SQLite, it should execute these. Doesn't need to be like installed or anything. Now I need to point this. Okay, cool. All right, I can do that. I think. Yeah, I know. Call note not dibs on not doing. Right, absolutely, that makes sense. So what I'm used to doing is putting all of this stuff in my root folder anyway, so that they end up being on the same path. So if I do that, if I just pull, well, what if I just pull Soapbox into the root folder? Like, won't that like, or Twitch app, basically. I could do that, right? And then they'll be like at least closer. And all my Git stuff is here, so it should work. Okay, all right. That sounds fine then. I'll just do it that way. Control panel. Done. Here it is. We don't need to do that stuff. I don't think we have to add it to the path. Is it because I'm in a virtual environment? Well, okay, Floff versus Dota. All right, I will take a moment. Okay. It does say added to the path. I think you're right. Well, can we move? Oh, well, I was saying we could move Soapbox to my root folder because then, like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's an application, right? So eventually, that's where I'll want it anyway. No, that's okay. That's okay. All right. All right, Dota. So I'm in control panel, and you said you wanted dibs on not doing this. So do you just want to watch me like fumble through it? Because that'll be kind of funny. It'll be a blast. And then we can, no, my phone's dying. I just got to put this on the charger. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. I usually search for the environment and it comes up in search window. I'll just do this guy. Get SQLite path Python. Do I need to say Python or does it not? Oh, go to control panel, system, advanced system settings. I don't even know. That's irritating. Is this even the right thing? Oh, search environment. Gotcha. Gotcha. Whew. Okay, so this is the path. Ooh, look at that. Boy, that is a blast. Second window. Okay, I will be careful. Is it? I should probably also, this one right here. Okay. And I add the directory of the SQLite to this. New or edit? Terrifying. Nope. New. Yep. Okay. Oh, well, that was simple enough. And I just click OK. Terrifying, huh? Okay, I'm just going to click OK. It can't really hurt. Okay. Okay, okay. Close. Okay. Brilliant. All right, so that's on the path. And now all I want to do is a new one? Okay. By the way, Doda, what IDE do you work with? I usually work with IntelliJ, and I like it a lot better. As a matter of fact, you'll see me like do something silly, and so SQLite 3. Yeah, do I call it JetBrains or do I call it IntelliJ? Because that's what I thought the IDE was called. But yeah, I like that IDE. I just learned in this one. So, I mean, I learned this particular thing in there. So, all right, so I have SQLite 3 and I'm in SQLite 3. Help. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm going to create database recommendations, right? Because that's what, or are you just saying this for funsies? Because I think recommendations is what I call my database. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Create. Sorry. But this, so this kind of bums me out a little though. Shouldn't I not need to do this? Shouldn't my app do this? Like, I don't think. Hold on. Do you mind if I just look at my code for a second? I'm just gonna say. Thanks. Oh my. No. Uh, that did work. That's irritating though, because it actually says. So, okay. And so my maybe I do it anyway. Maybe I create it anyway. I just want to see. I just want to test something and then I'll create the actual database. But I think I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Well, and I think you're right. So we'll do that in a hot minute. I feel like I need to just sit here and read a book. Dota, do you stream at all? I was just wondering, because you said that streaming science and technology. I also have Lego. I can make some of my Legos on stream. Yeah, and you didn't like it? Okay, cool. Yeah, I get it. I mean, we're enjoying it right now. It's fun. I like it. I'm learning a lot. Yeah, I hear you there. All right, so I'm going to CD into Soapbox. Then I'm going to just run PyTest. I doubt it's going to go through. I just want to see. It's no. Okay, so it doesn't care. Hold on, let me just actually start my Flask app. Oh, I gotta move this one too. Instead of doing this, I'm gonna delete this and split this terminal. All right, so I'm gonna export the Flask app again. Okay. Oh, sorry. So, are you a developer for work then, Dota? What do you develop in, if you do? I mean, definitely see them like you know what you're doing, so at least somewhat. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Coding means so many different things. Oh, so cool. That's really cool. And like, how long did it take you? Did you start in school or did you, all right, so this is running over here and then I'm gonna do this again. Because I feel like if I could go back, I would learn software development like early on. Okay, so it's still the same issue, which is fine. So let's try to 8 years. Nice, cool. Yeah, I did some. So I did numerical computing. I did some applied math, and I learned Fortran, numerical computing. I did some Python for my master's, but it wasn't object oriented. It was procedural, so and mathematical modeling. Yeah, numerical methods. Yeah, Rungakata. Yeah, I remember. Long time ago, and like machine, whatever the high in the machine, something machine, the limitations, low limitations. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of it, but I did do some of it. It was fun. It was good. All right, so we got to the same place, and all right, so let's try to create that database like you were saying. SQLite 3, create database recommendations.db, I think, right? Yep. Ugh. Please, error near database. What? Create DB? Nice. Fluff. This doesn't, oh, this DB doesn't work. This database doesn't work like that. Okay. Was that supposed to happen? Data. This guy? Is this guy? But that, hold on. That was there already, but is it now transformed? I don't know. Like this was here already. Yeah, but it was here already. So hold on. I'm going to try that again. I'm going to delete this. And then I'm going to do that. Same thing. Yeah, don't think it made it. Yeah, I do. Yeah, you can pull it. It's not really advanced any further than from the last time I pushed it, but here. I'll just do git status. I have no idea what's changed. All right, git add. All right, there you go. So what? I got my first what? Oh, a follow on Git. Thank you. That's special. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so then let's just go back to the SQLite thing. And unless you know what to do, if you know what to do, I will just listen to what you have to say. Are you following? That's probably what you're doing anyway, right? Like you're starting a database. Yeah. Commands. Yeah, it's okay. Create database, same thing. Yeah, I just don't. Well, let's see if it's here. So you think I go SQLite 3 and then I do dot databases? What? Did I do that wrong? Nice. It's tough. I know. Okay. What the hell did I just do? Huh. That's fun. I wonder if if you guys are okay with this, I think I'm gonna do this for a second. Hold on. Because I'm like feeling like this will help me, but if it doesn't help you, let me know. Oh no, it's pretty loud for me. Damn. I was just gonna try to put some royalty-free music so we have music in the background just a little bit, but it's so loud in my ears that it's actually distracting, so that isn't gonna work for me. Which is sad, because it's really nice. Maybe I can do it. Okay, good to know. Now you have music going. That's not fair. You got to stream your music so I can listen to it. I can host your stream. You can. That'll just be me. So this is a mess. I can't do this. Can tell when I get a little tired, but okay. When Fluff, you got to give me your GitHub and I'll follow you. I don't know what I'll do with any of your code, but maybe I can fix something small and then I'll feel like a legitimate developer. So it connected to a transient in-memory database. That's really interesting. Do you think that's actually connected to my database? All right. Actually, Dota, I mean, we have a Discord, but I'll just, that's fine. I'll just, I'll follow you. Oh, all right. Boo. Code It Quick is a really good name. That's a fantastic name. I feel like you should sell that name. Oh, Coding Vibe, thank you so much for rating. I really appreciate it. Woo! I wish I'll do this. Let's see. Okay. I don't know what my like that, but thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What have you heard different? No, it's all good. It's so important. One viewer is so important, especially when you want, to grow. It's helpful. Thank you so much. I do not care, to be honest, how many followers. It's just so appreciated to be noticed. So thank you so much. That's all right. We'll figure it out. Old sloppy, no big deal. Okay. So for some reason, this says I'm connected to a transient in-memory database. Fluff, did you give up on because I did SQLite? All right, I'll remake my database. I didn't drop it. Oh, okay. Hold on. All right, I'll get out of here. I'll do SQLite. Well, I can do that by just. No, okay. All right. Thank you. No, it's fine. No, there is no judgment. Yeah, but I think my PyTest will make one. See, my PyTest makes one. Dota does seem like he knows what's going on. Oh. Oh no. That's so sad. Oh, there it is. Why does it take like 45 seconds? Well, awesome. 1,000. What does this even mean? A party of 1,009. That was a test? Yeah, I was like, what am I doing? That's funny. Yeah, it absolutely is broken. Yes. Okie dokie. So I create, so see, my PyTest opened this. Oh, that's okay. Oh, okay. No, talking to coding vibe. That's all right. Yeah. Well, Bentino, welcome to the stream anyway. That's okay to be silent in the stream. Bentino, what language do you speak? If you don't mind me asking. And yes, lurkers are definitely appreciated. I definitely appreciate it. Oh, Portuguese. That's awesome. I had a friend who went to Portugal. I'll do my best. I won't try to speak in Portuguese because I don't know, but I'll try to make you feel welcome. Oh, Brazil. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, that's awesome. Brazil. Do they speak Portuguese in Brazil? All right, let's see if oh, it's just hola. Oh, of course, my phone doesn't have the sound on right now. Hola. Okay, but what else? How do I say welcome then? I'm just trying to like make you feel welcome. Let's try. Bem-vindo. Bem-vindo. Yeah, it's Little Bento. That's cool. Well, welcome. We were just talking about how we love languages here, and we're trying to learn all different kinds. One of the followers is using Memrise. I think Mumi, right, is using Memrise. Or maybe not. I'm not sure. I can't remember. And then some of us use Duolingo, and so like some of us are learning Russian, some are learning Chinese, some are learning Spanish. But so yeah, so we're trying to be as multilingual as a community as we can. Programming language is the true universal language. I think that's math, actually. I would argue that math is the true universal language. But yeah, we can fight about that later. Okay, so I have to start a SQLite database. So I've got it here, but I don't think that's what started the SQLite database. When I did PyTest, what it did is it went to, it created the SQLite database using my, it starts here, right here, this PyTest, yeah. My programming is mostly in English. Is that true? That can't be true, like, for, like, people in other countries, right? They got to program in their own language. Like, is that why, like, I cannot be this ignorant. But maybe I am. Programming is not all in English. It can't be. That would be ridiculous. Yeah, ridiculous. A lot of the keywords are in English. All right. I'll have to look more up about that. I feel like I need to write a book report on that now. It's book report time. Okie dokie. So, Dota, what I wanted to show you is that this right here, this creates the SQLite engine, this in-memory database fixture. And so that's why you see the recommendations.db. No, that is false. What I just did is I lied to you. Hold on. The reason you see recommendations.db is because of the config file and the configure test file and the configure test. So like Floff said before, I'm creating the test. I'm at least finding this. So this is when it creates the file. And maybe I just need this same. No. So I'm not actually creating the database anywhere, I don't think. Although this is what's supposed to be connecting. This is supposed to path.join base directory recommendations.db. So this is supposed to be joining it. But I don't think I use that anywhere. But you're right. So if I did SQLite 3, okay, fixtures are in memory, just code that runs in RAM. So what it does is it like makes this temporary fake. I gotcha. I think I understand. It hangs out in memory, and then just when it's done, it goes away. So that's why the test. So isn't that why the test shouldn't need a SQLite database though? Like, shouldn't it? But you said you're just learning this, right? Yes, right. Like a table, but there's no true database for it, right? How's everybody feeling? 1 to 10. Like, okay, we feeling exhausted by this? I don't. I still want to do this, but I'm just. So the tough part is that this book has and I'm just taking a pause because why not? Has a book before it that I've never read. And I probably should have. Which stinks. All right. It's the given part. I've used them, but I don't know the name for it. It's the given part. I don't know what you mean. That's okay. It's the given part. Like given something, given a database, it's all good. Arrange, act, assert, or given when then. Oh, yes. I understand what you mean. Okay. Arrange. It's the range part in my brain. Yeah. All right. What does this test want to do? This test wants to return 201 and this should say end a recommendation. And you know what? I'm just going to change that name because I can, because it's a test. What if I do this? What if I just take all this out? And I put this back in. And I put not this. I don't even know. I need our status code. What if I don't have anything to post to it? Does it still? Given these values, when I call the function, then the function outputs these values. This is what I'm trying to. So given the fact that we have a database and an API, we want to post a recommendation to that database using the API. And then we want to retrieve that data like, do I even need, okay, I do need this. I do need this. I don't know if this is gonna print. Oh my goodness gracious. So if I run this, I mean, I don't think the whole thing is like, I'm not even, SQLite is not even, pyramid, Crispy creating a pyramid. One more. There we go. Okay. So I'm not, we didn't even accomplish anything. The like the SQLite database isn't even, yeah. Okay, and it's still giving the same error. So even if I don't do the post, does this make sense right here? So yeah. I'm basically going to this is missing something. It's missing the port. Like, what is, when it goes to get API URL, which is configure test API URL. I think it's in configure, maybe it's in config. Get API URL. It says the host, it's 80 by default. Okay. But is it actually returning? I guess it must be returning 80. And that's what it does say, else 80. So it's HTTP --80 and then the port, which is, or sorry, host is, sorry, I'm there. So what this is trying to do, yeah, no, that's a good idea. I'm almost done with my water too. If I SQLite 3, a recommendations database, and I do .databases, it's there. Let's try this again then. Because I started it this time. All right, so now there seems to be a key error. So now there seems to be a key error. So maybe it's working. In line 19, let's see. Flask app in line 19. Date equals request dot JSON date. Oh, what? What function doesn't return anything? Add recommendation. Yeah, it should return an OK and a 201, but it won't. It hasn't. We did. Yeah, no. We got this to pass, right? So we did this by like, I mean, obviously, if I put, like, no, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'd start out console logging the request and returning a 200 to begin. Okay. A hello world. Like for this, so I say like, so like the get API part. Python. Oh, hi, C in the shadow. Time to put a million print statements in your function. I feel that. I definitely feel that. In the function that the endpoint is hitting, just return OK and 201. Okay, so well, these are not okay. So originally, hold on. Well, I should leave those out right now, right? Don't worry about the post to add recommendations for now. This was the arrange though. Like I arranged by posting data and then, okay. So the one that it's hitting is when the test is when we call that the test is when we call it. Yeah, yeah, okay. But I'm just trying to figure out what one. It would be the get API URL. Hey Fluff. So here is what you're saying I should return. No, here. I think. It's not here. Sorry. Hold on. Then. Test happy path returns recommendation data print. It would just be this post R because it says request.post. So Dota is telling me to just return OK and 201. Where is that? Oh, I know what you're saying. I mean, I don't know what you're saying totally, but okay. Here we go. Flask app. I got you. Here. This is what you're talking about. You want me to put it up here? This guy? So what Dota's saying is we should return OK and 201 immediately in the spot that Yeah. Okay. And I'm just going to comment this out. And then I think that's okay. Yeah. And then I'll do a PyTest -k. And then I'm just going to do test. Happy path returns 201. You think I would know what this is by now because I've written it so many times. 201 and recommendation. Okay, so it does pass. All right. Yeah. So then, so I'm done. That's it. I'm done now. Yeah, that makes sense. And then yep, time to publish to the, okay. I think this is the, oh, when you said lazy, you didn't mean like that lazy. That's funny. Okay. Yes. So what this does is sorry, I took a sec to tell Old Sloppy to do something. Yeah, I took all of these out. So this post to add recommendation, I commented out. So all it's trying to do is post straight to the URL. And so it was supposed to add recommendations to the database. It does. The URL, all it returns is okay. Alrighty. Well, yeah. Wouldn't it post this though? No, we did not. We did not make the SQL. Wait a second. Hold on. Let's see. We did make the SQL database. Did we add the table? Probably not. I'm guessing no. Let's go find out. Oops, sorry. Hold on. How do I do that? Yeah, I can make a task list. Sure. Should I put it in the Flask app? If I want to TDD it, that would be the first test. That's true. Test pass. Solved it. Nice seeing the shadow. That's hilarious. That's awesome. Okay, 1 return 200 from endpoint. Also in your unit of work you have to okay. Also in your unit of work .py you have to change config. This one. Okay. Once we get the database, yeah. So you're like 10 steps ahead. I gotcha. All right. I'm going back to test. Okay. Wait, that's not where I was. Flask API. Flask. All right, to do. 1, steel underpants. Return 200 from endpoint. And that essentially means I posted successfully to the database via the API. Oh, the project is so I'm trying to like recreate Yelp. I don't really like the way that you suggest things to strangers. Like, I think it's silly that you have to read a billion reviews to find out what you want to eat or, you know, read or whatever. And so I'm trying to, oh, okay. I called from endpoint. Okay, gotcha. Right, that makes sense. I successfully, so that's just successfully pinging the API. Maybe, right? I hope I'm getting some of this somewhat. So basically what I want to do is I want to create an app that starts, it combines, instead of basing what you want to do next on other people, you base it on your friends and family, your close people that are close to you. So you basically send them out a request and they send you recommendations for what they think, like book recommendations or food recommendations or like a location in the area or an Amazon shirt or something. And then it's a GUI oh, okay. That's a GUI tool for SQLite. I was like, no, my app is not a GUI tool for SQLite. That would be like meta. Anyway, so then what I want to do from there is when someone gives you a recommendation that you like, they move up on your recommendations list. So then the next time they make a recommendation, they're higher on the ranking. And so you start to get a more personalized recommendation from, you know, hopefully a really, you know, eventually far-reaching app. And then, I mean, we'll see, obviously. Like, I just have to create it. Maybe it'll die. But, and then it will eventually hopefully be better than Yelp. I've absolutely given this a better idea, a better explanation before, but right now that's the best I got since we're in the middle of since I'm like, we'll have to write up a summary for it. Okay, back to the SQLitebrowser.org. Okay. I'll consider it. We'll see. We shall see. I think I've used DB Browser before. Maybe not, though. Oh, welcome, Pants for Birds. Hi. What am I planning on for the recommendation engine? I just want it to be more personalized. So I'm trying to create a very simple algorithm that, so you could be like a recommendation influencer on my app. That is exactly correct. But instead, so people might go to your profile and say oh, this person really likes this. But if someone sends you a recommendation and you give them a recommendation, they rank you low, then next time they send you a recommendation, your rank will be low. And so they won't, use your recommendation again because it's not, it didn't work the first time. I mean, so basically the more right people are about you, the better, the higher they get in your rank. So my best friend might be really good at that. Oh, thanks for following Pants for Birds. Oh, that's so cool. Your last job was on a recommendation team? That's cool. What does a recommendation team do? That would be awesome. Yeah, so this is an app that basically, I hope, beats out Yelp, someday. As I will try to thank everyone. Yes, Oh, is that what happened? Pants for Birds said, yeah. Well, see, recommendations engines are hard. That's right. They are hard because they use fancy algorithms, but I'm hoping mine doesn't. That's funny. Oh, a family one. It's a family-owned recommendation team. Oh, that's cool. Well, I really appreciate then that you're here, Pants for Birds. And maybe you'll like my idea and help me with my startup, or you'll steal my idea, which is also probably not cool, but whatever. It's all good. But that's cool. Startups are awesome. Dota, you are cool. Eventually, Old Sloppy and I are working on like a scroll at the end of my stream that mentions like VIPs. Dota, you would totally be a VIP this stream. Absolutely. You are cool. And Fluff, Fluff is definitely a VIP. Yeah, credits. That's what they're called. A scroll thingy. I like scroll thingy. You're still in school, seeing the shadow. That's fine. Do you? It's awesome. Yeah. We do need 10 people to chat at the same time, but that isn't going to happen yet. You have too many VIP already? Oh, well, yeah. That's okay, but you're really helpful. You're very important. Collaborative filtering approach. Oh, okay, cool. So you're doing sort of the same thing I'm doing. That's really cool. Oh, but don't tell me too much because I want to pretend like it's my idea. Oh, that's great. No, I don't think everyone is going to say something, but they can. Hey, everybody, if you're out there and you're viewing and you can chat, that would be awesome because then it will get me closer to affiliate and that would be great. But, whatever. Do you represent as the lurkers, and that's great. Oh, I will definitely roast. That would be great. Seen the Shadow, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Do you think Twitch bots count? I don't think Twitch bots count. I gotta be honest. Curtis is a Twitch bot. I mean, Old Sloppy. Sorry. Whoopsies. But I like the more social aspect. Yeah, I think that's true, Pants for Birds, but that's the hope. The hope is that it kind of grows out and out and out and out. Doxed. It's all good. Sorry. I mean, everybody knows my name is Chrissy, so. Sockets are easy, right? I don't know what that means. Hi, Declan. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. It's so exciting to hear from you. I definitely want to I won't roast your Flask project. I mean, you're not roasting mine, so I totally appreciate that. Like, I won't roast it. I think we all learn, sockets are typically used in Twitch bots. Gotcha. If you don't like a Spotify song, it's 3 minutes of your life wasted versus a Yelp competitor is much more impactful for each recommendation. So, yeah, that's true. But what's kind of tough is like the Yelp competitor, like the people who are making the recommendations don't always get chosen. So so if I'm here and I have 12 recommendations, I'm only going to pick one. Of course, if like eventually it becomes big enough that people, like a bunch of people are recommending one thing, then I'm going to try that and then rank it, and then they all drop their ranked, right? But yeah, like, so the other people that made recommendations still don't get ranked. It's basically like a 0. And like when I first made this app, or when I first started it, it was like in my head, like a beautiful like picture of what of what it was supposed to do. As a matter of fact, like I can some of my services do this. So I count the recommendations for the match, and I sum all their ratings, and I return the recommendation rank. Like, it's kind of cool. Like, already, like, the idea of it works, but I can't get it to put anything in the database. So I'm just, it stinks. The algo we use basically assigns similarity scores between users. So that's what I think is tough. That algorithm is like, it's bigger than I am, right? So I thought I would do it in a way that didn't bloat the algorithm. Now there are some things I obviously have to build out, but yeah, anyway, we'll see. So, yeah, I'm hoping I can get this somewhere. I mean, even if it's just my followers using it, I think that'll be cool. That'll feel like a really good goal for me, to get my followers to use my recommendation app. Yeah, so that would be the dream. Nice. Oh no, are we already roasting Seen the Show? Or Seen the Shadow, sorry. And let's not, as long as it's constructive criticism, it's All right, awesome. So SQLite 3. So can I, if I do, so I don't want to, so it is created. Now let's see. And then we were talking about doing this browser thingy, the DB browser for SQLite. Do I just do the standard installer? Like, I don't need a zip file, right? Or do I use a portable app? That seems interesting. What's a portable app? Is that like in the browser? Here we go. All right. If you have any sort of database app, you can probably, yeah, to SQLite with it as well. Yeah, so oh no, I don't have, this is a brand new computer. So I don't have anything on here. Not really anyway. Unless I have one like, hold on. I accept the license agreement. All right. Let's make a decision. SQLite. Let's do program menu. Or maybe no shortcuts, and I'll just open it. Program files, DB browser for SQLite. Install. Hopefully I don't. Hopefully I don't have to restart, because if I have to restart, I won't use it. Oh no, we capped at 9 chatters twice. So sad. That's okay. No big deal. We'll get there. I appreciate everybody for being here. Everyone who's chatting, I really appreciate it. And everyone who isn't chatting, I appreciate it. Like, I love the support and the help, and it's awesome to have a really great community. All right. And everybody's super great. You guys have been awesome. Okie dokie. So, all right, I installed it. I'm going to close this so I don't need that anymore. And let's see if we can open DB browser. even use this? Did I mess up? Should I have made a shortcut? The client side JS. I never use it. You never use what? Hold on. I'll get back there. Pants, are you familiar with SQLite? Because we could use some anything. No. Oh, okay. So, okay. So right now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get this app. So watch this. And I think the problem is this. So we did do one test. And you know what? We should just rewrite a test. Like, because you're right. It needs to be a unit test. So if I do test, define... Because this shouldn't be, this isn't a unit test. This is two tests. So if I just, yeah, I just downloaded SQLite. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll give us a second. So right now what's happening? I'm just going to copy this. Is everything in my code is passing tests except for my API. And we think it's because it's not starting up a database or writing anything to it. Yeah. Is that old sloppy? That makes me feel so sad. But it's okay. I mean, the harder things are, the more rewarding they are in the end, right? Right. So my server is not creating a database. Why don't you make a SQLite file with the tables and schemas you need? Okay, so seeing the shadow looks like that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. When I specify a SQL link to a database file that doesn't exist, SQL Alchemy should be able to make the file for me, which it does. I think this is what's happening. I think that SQL Alchemy or Sums is making this file, but it's not adding anything to it. Oh, okay, you're right. You did suggest a to-do list, so we had a plan. And then I got distracted and I stopped writing it. Sorry, that's gonna happen. So let me scroll up to where you said that, or we'll just go back through it. Because the first step was return 201 from an endpoint, and then I think either we got raided or pants came in or something happened. So Dota, let's see. By the way, Dota, do you play Dota? I mean, let's finish this first. Okay, I found it. So you guys keep talking. I'm up on the top, so I'm not going to see anybody's chat for a second. Create table to store recommendations. Forgive me if I misspell anything. Retrieve data from request. Save request to database. All right, I got it. SQLite comes with Python too. That's what I thought. That's what I said. I said that. Command line, right. That's true. Floff said when I said, but is that because, yeah, well, it might have been that yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough. That's okay. But we figured it out. We at least got SQLite into the path, and it's not necessarily using the same, I don't know where it is in Python. So yeah, that's what I thought too, like, but maybe it doesn't. The path is just, we just did it in environments in control panel, seen the shadow. Yeah, so we do have SQLite working in CLI, but that doesn't necessarily mean, like, that doesn't necessarily mean the way that I'm using it. I mean, I think yes. I mean, it's still, I think it's still. So here is where, let me show you the configure file. This I think is where it's messing up. And well, we did run create database. So I did create a database called recommendations. Hold on, I want to go back. I just want to show the config file. Okay. All right. So if I do SQLite, oh crap, SQLite 3, I called it recommendations, but you're probably right. I shouldn't have. And then I do dot databases. That gives me the recommendations. Yep, that's what I did. Do you ever call DB create all? Where DB is the SQL Alchemy class? Hey, sock head reps, welcome to the chat. What's my SQLite connection string in SQL Alchemy look like? Fluff said that I am doing it wrong and is probably right, but I use the unit of work, I think, or something. I messed something up. Yeah. What's your SQLite connection string in SQL Alchemy look like? Well, sorry, this is my repository. This is where okay, go back to config. Up here? Is this what you're talking about? And maybe I should change this to Soapbox. That might be smarter, but I don't want to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Pants for birds, that's what I'm. Sock head reps? I think Sock head reps was talking to Pants for Birds. Or I mean, I think Fluff was talking to Pants for Birds, but. Do I have to add the plus pi SQLite? I don't use SQL Alchemy though. Well, I don't think I'm using SQL Alchemy yet, right? Like, yeah, and you can, so Pants for Birds, I have a Discord, and Fluff put in the Discord, there's like a snippet of help with SQL Alchemy has like 3 SQLite DB types you can use. Thank you, Dota. That makes me feel so good. Yeah, all right. Yeah. So, and then I can show you this too, Pants for Birds, that Pants. Can I call you Pants for short? Pants. Are you a remote worker? Do you put Pants on your screen name so you don't have to put them on in person. Pants are for the birds. Is that what that is? Because I think so too. I want to create this table. But oh no, Fluff. You don't have to stay on. I mean, I totally appreciate it, but I don't want you to get tired. I want you to be ready, for anything. I just saw Fluff. I just saw you on the Discord. Hold on, give me a sec. Let me log. I don't hear the pings. I don't have my phone is so old that so it doesn't ring, like it can't ring anymore. And then, all right, let's see, programming. I put it in general. Okay. Oh, okay, that was from before. All right, good. I'm just checking. Yes, that's exactly right. What Fluff just said. So we have that for, that's totally right. So, and I think you're right, the create tables, but I feel like, but then it couples. Doesn't it just couple it? Yeah, Old Sloppy, thank you. I'm not working on a Twitch bot. I'm working on a Twitch bot is a real thing too, but should I work on a Twitch bot? Should I just pivot right now? Maybe next time. I might take no, I like this app. I love this app. I can't wait to create the UI. I'm so excited, but the back end is kicking my butt. My butt. Right. I agree with that. So, Seeing the Shadow, do you know anything about SQL Alchemy? Can you get us to the next step? Yeah, so I've made tables in a database before. And yes, and I think I'm trying to do what Seeing the Shadow is saying to do. Because then you don't have to create the table. Technically, yes. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do SQL Alchemy. Thank you for following, Svekos. I'm trying to create it so that it's really flexible. I mean, I get, right? Like, maybe I shouldn't be doing that yet. Maybe I'm not there yet. But that's why I'm here. Yeah. So Seeing the Shadow, what I think is happening is that the schema is not being pushed to the database. I think that's exactly right. And I think you're right about that. Because if you go to the test, even if you go to the test, well, if you're making it to be flexible, use Mongo. Yeah. MongoDB. Okay. I will. Oh, absolutely. You want me to open orm.py? Sorry, I'm trying to follow everybody. Excuse me. If we put it anyway, that's the place that makes the most sense. ORMDB. And I'm not using this yet. I just wrote it in for my professor. Oh, look at all this. This is me just actually, if you look at the ORM, you can kind of see how the app works. But What are we putting anywhere? Hold on, I gotta look. I'm trying to catch up. I know I have like long pauses because I want to make sure. I feel like you guys like are taking. Here are my model definitions in my FLASCAP. Oh, okay. I will look at that. I'm gonna. Do you mind if I've seen the shadow? Do you mind if I pull your app up like in front of me? I don't want to. Yeah, it's only if you. The only place it is added in is in config test right here. But it's just a fixture. And then the unit of work starts a session. So actually it might do it in unit of work somehow. So in unit of work, but this isn't, I don't think this is a SQLite session. Yeah. So default session fact, it's right here. Do you see it? It's in unit of work. We'd have to make a separate engine, it looks like currently, which would give us 2. My ears hurt. All right, I'm gonna grab some more water because my water's gone. I will be right back, I promise, because I need to figure out how to do this. And I'm willing to stay up until I have to work in the morning. Although that does not mean anybody else needs to do that. Okie dokie. I'll be right back. Whatever Fluff says is probably right. I'm not making tea anymore. I made tea, and I also got milk chocolate pretzel flips. Am I muted now? So good. I promise I'm going to read this entire chat. All right. What's not a good idea? I'm following a book. It's got to be a good idea. Books know everything. Am I still muted? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Okay, good. You guys get to hear my pretzel chomping. All right. Okay. I'm not running tests against a production database. It's a dev. Well, I don't know. I wasn't trying to run tests against a production database. There is no production database. Okay, sorry. I just want to celebrate you guys for being awesome. I don't know where it is. Whoops. Oh, what a cutie. Okay, that's not what I intended to do, though. I know. Yeah. No, I agree with that. Right now, I'm really just trying to like get the most basic version of this app to run, but I can't even get. I mean, Fluff, what I could do is go back. Well, okay. Someone give me a summary of what I missed while I was making tea. By the way, I made jasmine pearls, which I actually want to. I know. I mean, tea is my thing. So jasmine pearls are these little like pearls of tea, and they're delicious. They're slightly caffeinated. I think they're probably my second favorite tea right now. They might be my first, but like one of them sticks higher. And I just put the tea like right in the cup. It looks kind of gross actually from here. But anyway, so okay. I'm happy to do that. I think that sounds good. Do you want me to stream tomorrow? I'm going to stream Saturday. I can stream tomorrow. There's actually nothing stopping me to stream tomorrow. Or we can just chat on Discord if you want, Fluff. Fluff thinks you should make the database manually and worry about the schema changes later. I think that if you can add the tables programmatically, you won't have to worry about it later, even if that's more of a headache now. And I think that's... I'll be open Saturday. Otherwise, yeah, we could just work through this real quick. All right. I so fluff. I would love to try that, but I think I'm still gonna want to do it the other way eventually. But I think you're right. I think understanding the system and understanding like what's plugging into what process it might be illuminating for me, and then maybe I can adapt the SQLite schema to it. And that might, but so I'll still eventually want to do what Seeing the Shadow wants to do or is saying to do, because that feels like better architecture. But if I don't understand it, then it doesn't really make a difference. So can I change my text fixture engine function? Yes, I can. I think so. Which one? I think I understand what Sockhead is saying, but the idea is to decouple the system. Yeah, I agree, Fluff. Like, we can't sit in the same spot forever. Yeah. Okay, try changing in. Fluff, are you melting? Are you ready to go to bed? With your starvation diet, you need to sleep. Because I would get a headache right now if I was on a starvation diet and I was trying to like stay up and help a lowly programmer try to figure out her shit. Oop. Trying not to swear, sorry. I'm killing Fluff. That's okay. Make tea recommendations to him. That'll save his life. Which probably will. I don't know. Actually, I'm sorry. I didn't want to say his. I didn't know their life. I don't know. Nice. So I got to change that everywhere. You want me to just add it below? Well, you never know. Gotta be aware. Good vibes, Does anybody want me to stop and play Dr. Mario? JK, I won't do that to anybody. Yeah, well, and kind. Careful and kind. I'm a she/her, in case anybody cares. All right, Seeing the Shadow. And I think when we get to the point where we're trying to change the active database to SQL Alchemy so that it can be easily converted, you would be awesome for that. So yeah, and I appreciate the follow and helping out. That would extend the... Okay, I've got you Pants for Birds. I'm going to check it out. See you around. Bye, Seeing the Shadow. Thanks for the follow and thanks for showing up. It was awesome to have you. I don't know why. Do you guys notice that when I get tired, I get an accent a little bit? I don't know where it comes from, but it's just like a tiny little like twang. Okay. All right. You just want, should I add just the whole thing? PyTest. Okay. Making database table then. Yeah, I agree too. Alrighty, cool. So conceptually, I'm looking at the Discord. They're all there. So like it's like everybody who's a viewer right now is chilling on the Discord and telling me what to do. So it's all good. All right. So I just do PyTest. Or sorry, it needs to be at PyTest dot fixture scope equals. Sorry, I'm doing one-handed typing, which is killing me, but it's because I've got the phone in the other hand. All right. Yeah, oh, yep. Sorry. Thanks, guys. Alrighty. I just added it right here. I don't think this is gonna change anything in my PyTest, but maybe. There we go. Whoa. What happened? What happened? Everything broke. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Well, he said just start by adding the scope session to what I have now. But okay. I'm sorry, it was just, yeah, I gotcha. Can I leave this then? I'm with you. I still don't know what happened though. This is still the same stuff I had before, isn't it? Like, why did I? Oh, it's because I changed the unit of work file. Hold on, let me just fix this for a hot minute. Where was it? And then we can fix it later. I just can't stand this many. All right. When we get there, yes, I understand. Yes. And we will fix it when I understand why we're fixing it. Or we'll fix it before then, and then you guys can help me understand it. Whatever works. All right. And now I'm going to go to config. And no, configure tests. Okay. And I'm going to put what Pants said. Pants. At the top. All right. And so this is going to be do I need to import base model or something? Or can I just use like metadata because I've already got it? Metadata. Is it the same? I wonder if that... I'll change it. All right. I'm going to listen in a second. I just need to... Oh, yeah. There we go. Create all engine. Try... I'll move those in a second. All right. I just don't have Discord up on my web browser. I mean, sure, I could copy paste. I'll copy paste next time. I'm sorry if that was intolerable. Okie dokie. So we've got, oh, sorry. T. This isn't going to pass. So, what? Wait. Oh, my 201 passed because we moved it up in the thing. So it's supposed to pass. It's just calling a 200. So I got to change that too. Well, I don't have to change it, but this is going to get API URL, which is, no, not here, sorry. No, I guess it's not. I guess it doesn't have the 201 anymore. Hold on a minute. Did I ever delete that? I don't feel like I deleted the suggestion to see if it was. Yeah, it's here. I moved it all the way up to here. So that's why it's working now. That's why it's passing. But I want it to pass down here. Instead of up here. Alrighty. And then this won't pass. We want one engine PyTest call. All right, I want to read up a little bit what you guys said. So I added the scope session part to what I have now. Okay. All right, good night, Old Sloppy. Thanks for sticking around. All right. I wanted to see if the rest of the code worked first. I think creating a new engine for every single function, and we didn't want that. I think it was creating a new engine for every single function. One engine. Sorry, I'm trying to read. Night, Old Sloppy. But there is not. Hold on. Do I need to go to, I need to go to my test API. Date is right here. Date is right here. In because the scope was the default scope, I think it was the function that it was included in versus each run. Okay. So I was putting it, so it was like, I think I'm trying to translate what you said. So it was basically the function was starting the SQL alchemy, but not the whole run. Is that what you're saying? Like I needed to have the fixture last for the entire session. Sorry, that second one, this should, I guess this doesn't matter. I'm just gonna, this is basically the same test. I just took out the post recommendation, which isn't there right now. So I'm not gonna use that right now. Okay, so there's no date item, but there is a date item. Oh, duh. There isn't a date item. Hopefully that's a fine. Okay. All right, so now it does have the date item. No, it still doesn't. Line 20 in Flask app. Maybe I just don't have it in okay. Maybe I just don't have it in the right format. Maybe I need to have it in the right format. No, I don't think that's it. It's saying that there isn't. I mean, here, the thing is, even if I take this out, I think it won't run. So let's just see. Oh, sorry, guy. That should still be okay. Oh, okay. I'll print the request too. Okay, it's missing unit of work now, which makes sense because it needs date. Are you saying, sorry, are you saying test API? You want me to print this request? I am, hold on, I do print R. Is that what you meant? Because that is what I thought you meant, but now I'm like, maybe not. Okay, sorry. That was the only thing I knew that said like request. And I, okay. Done. So print it here. My stomach hurts so much. But what do I print? Like print request? Oh, okay, hold on. I think that's what you mean. Okay. That's what I thought you meant. Oh, so yeah, so it's not gonna see. It's not gonna see Anything. What, isn't this the request? I mean, I don't mind, but. Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, first there's this, and then we need to see. Yeah, I think. Sorry, I know I'm going flippy. I'm just trying to look for it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can run all the tests, of course. Yeah. So I don't know. No. I'm so much quieter than I was. It's just a lot of thought. Okay. Yeah, see you, Pants for Birds. You gonna be back? We'll see you around. We're a lot of fun. I am kind of dying energy wise, so I think everybody's sort of following the flow. Yes, we really appreciate the help. Absolutely. Yeah, man, it's 2:30 here. I feel ya. You can see it. 2:21. It's like not a good idea to be awake. And I think that it has been like a long time working on this one problem. Like if I was actually getting paid for this, my boss would be like, don't. Yeah, we absolutely are getting SQLite failures. It's right here. Well, we didn't create a table, but the table should be created by SQL Alchemy, I think, or my object relational model. One of those. At least temporarily. Okay. Can you see? You want me to move my teacup? I can't. Oh, so irritating. Can't move my teacup. I can move my screen though if you want. Okay, it's fine. So is it even reaching the request object? Or is it just doesn't care? I'm not sure. Okay. I'm trying to think too. All right. Do you want me to push this? Take as much time as you need. No problem. That's fair. Yeah. No, that's fine. No big deal. You don't have to. I can push though. It's not a big deal. It's really just the with added session scope. To PyTest fixtures. All right, that's pushed. All right. I don't understand. I just have to keep Fluffy. You don't have to listen to me. Okay, above the print statement, can you write content equals? I can. Where the hell did the print statement go? Oh, right here. Request.get JSON silent. Come on. Autocomplete should always go directly to true. Yep, I was just gonna do that. Alrighty, let's try that. And then do the whole thing. All right, I'll do everybody. What do you mean true is not defined? Sorry. Don't go changing. It's still not printing. I don't know what's going on. Right? I mean, I'm not like by myself here. Like I don't see it printing. Date is not coming over. It's in autosave. It should be saving. I guess I could just do it for sure. I could take date out of everything. I could take date out of the, but I don't think it's just date, because when I took date out, like even if I take this out, well, it'll just tell me that the unit, yeah. It's just date, you think? All right. So I can see it, it's printed. Right here. Go to my server command line, got it. Server command line. Scroll up, check. Just a bit. Not so much, Christine, calm yourself. I'm looking. Get and post. I'm leaning in. Oh, Jesus. Damn it. Okay. exception, raise. They're different colors. No, they aren't. Not on my screen. Are they really? Am I colorblind? Hold on. Oh, these guys. Sorry. I know what you're talking about. So if I look at get and post, oh, here we go. Date's right here. So wait, you're saying the date, maybe it's, yeah, I see it. It's right here. My object is right here, right below get. Yes. Oh, sorry. Well, the cat's not there anyway, so I'll just turn it off for now. So the date is coming over. I mean, I love that the cat was like just put it at that point. So the date's coming over. And it's really a table. It is good, but that means that it's, if we go all the way down, is that the exception we're getting? It says in add recommendation, date equals request dot JSON date. Key error date. I don't understand. No such table. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that is probably true, Moomy. Hey, welcome back. It's nice to see you. I mean, if you can get us out of this mess, that would be fantastic. Yes. Fact. We're trying to struggle through this. It's 2:31. And Fluff is living off beer and air molecules. So I try to start don't be sad. Beer and Company. Yeah, that's not even happening. The request JSON isn't even grabbing the date. But yes, we know that we don't have a database. And so the idea is that I'm trying to use SQL Alchemy because I want it to be easily translatable into Postgres or a more robust database, but I want to be able to test it before then. And I start my session by calling unit of work. Well, like my session starts in unit of work. Well, so basically what's happening is when I test it, it isn't persisting the database, or maybe I just don't create the table. But I think I do with the ORM mapper. Here. And so we were talking about the database for a good long while. I'm not making the tables, apparently. I'm not making the tables. Oh, okay. The mapper won't do it. It'll just map, right, okay, hold on before you say anything. The mapper will map the code and the data that I'm creating to what is already in a SQL database, even if it's named differently, even if the SQL fields are named differently, right? Okay, yes, I think that's right. I closed my eyes so that I I didn't cheat. But yes, the table isn't coming up. So when we go to, well, maybe, but we're trying to do it in SQL Alchemy instead of explicitly with SQLite 3. Right, yeah. So SQLite 3 recommendations.db, and then if I do create table recommendations, will this, like this is still explicit though, like we don't want to have to do this if we ever move it to production, but I'm gonna try this anyway. Ugh. Hold on. Give me a second. I just want to look at SQLite quick. I didn't think I was doing it wrong. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. So I got to do create table recommend. This is going to be so annoying. That's fine. Dot recommendations. Oh, and I have to create the columns too. But that's what, hold on a minute. Yeah. Okay. I thought I did this. Maybe I do it in... Okay, yeah, so I thought this is where I did this, but maybe it doesn't do what you're saying. Yeah, that's what I... Isn't that what I'm doing? So I want to put the engine in 2 places in the code base. Which is just... So right now the engine is in the unit of work, but we want to put it in the code base because the unit of work, because we're failing, right? Well, I'm failing. So yeah, so I am. All right, I'm gonna drop this then. Okay. So I gotta go here then. This guy has to go into the ORM. It's in the unit of work. So Mumi, so if you look at our unit of work, it's right here, the engine. Hey, Infame. Oh. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm gonna write that program here right now, Infame. I'm just trying to like make an app that competes with Yelp. So okay, so you don't like to use ORMs? Hey, Infame, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Use the Yeah, you told me to. Watch this though. So if I do this and I PyTest, you're gonna love this. Hold on a minute. I need a URL. Yeah. That was the issue before, probably. I know there's a dot create method on tables, but that needs an engine as a parameter. Not sure how it relates to the session factory thing. I think my goal, also that was good. I did use the get SQLite file URL. I think that I need to, well, I don't want to leave now because Mumi's here. Mumi, how long are you going to be up? I want to hang out with you because you haven't been on. We've missed you. I'll stay like for a while if you're going to be on, but Fluff has been staying up with me and it's definitely 2:40. So, I mean, if we can fix this, that'd be great. But if we can't, like I promise. Okay, good. No, that's good news. So like, why don't you call the end of the stream if you want? You could be like, yeah, I'm ready to go. I'll be like, okay, good. Maybe I can like I know. this is now Mumi's stream. Ah, we've been talking about you the whole time. Floff was like, if Mumi was here, they would solve it. So yeah, that's good fun. Yeah. So, but I think what I need to do, you know, it is true. But I think what I need to do is, Fluff, I don't know if I want to do the fake tables, but I do. I want to understand this well enough. But I think what I also need to do is maybe review this SQL Alchemy section of this book that I'm looking at. What I don't want to do is, like, if the only reason I'm using, what do you use instead of an object relational model, Mumi? Because like, it seems like the way to go if you want to abstract your database out. But maybe there are other ways of doing that that I just don't know of and that are better. I mean, granted, I've already written it this way, but that doesn't mean that I can't change it. But I'm not really sure. Yeah. Well, I do now. Oh, okay. Yeah, the SQL queries are way easier for me. Like absolutely way easier for me. Because that's my life is SQL. But you'd think that would make this easier, but it's just that I can't seem to something is up. Something is not connecting and I can't figure out what it is. But I think if I do two things, if I like review, well, we are connecting with Flask and we proved that by changing the unit test to only check to see if it connects, and it does ping. But then for some reason, so you're saying, Mumi, that there's a dot create method on tables. So really, I'm just having trouble creating my tables. But I think I can look. I think I can look at the same. Well, the problem is the same version of this data on it's not. I mean, sorry, of this code is on Cosmic Python on GitHub. Is the reason it's works is because they use a Postgres database, and I think that but they do say that they can use a SQLite database. This is their end point. This is the end point of the code. Or I'm sorry, not the end point, but you know what I mean? It's the final. This is where I am in the process and where I've been for weeks. I'm even doing this pretty similarly just so I didn't mess it up. I think what I'm going to do is pull down their code at this point and see if it works with the setup that I have. Because right now their unit of work does the same thing mine does, but they do it with the Postgres database instead of the SQLite memory database. Although in their config file, I'm pretty sure they have this one, which is what I'm using. So, yeah. So I was hoping that they would be, because this is supposed to be the production database, and this is supposed to be the yeah, I know. Well, yeah, I know. Hold on. Well, no, their ORM is still, but they didn't. In the book, they don't. They use the ORM. Do I have this? Do I have a start mappers in my code? Yeah, I do. Which you said that doesn't matter. It's not. So if I do a T, oops. Hey, Halifax, welcome to the stream. Oh, rated? Thank you. That's awesome. Welcome. I really appreciate it. That's so great. I appreciate it. Hey, did you guys just finish up? I mean, we're here like, we've been here for, I don't know how many hours I've been streaming. It's been a long time. I see Python and I clicks. Well, welcome, fellow Python lover. We're doing some SQL yeah, I know. Well, you know, live for programming versus sleep. You gotta learn it somehow, right? And there are so many people who have a head start on me, so I just have to forgo it for sleep. Plus, like, the people I have following are just awesome people, and so as long as they're here, I'm here. So the create all engine. Yeah, awesome. Well, I'm so happy to meet you, Halifax, and I appreciate the raid. I'll do it. So thank you. I hope you feel VIP'd. I know it's 2:40 for me. So I'm building an app. I mean, nothing. I would say no, that's not. So I'm building, I'm trying to build a web app, or it's basically like a recommendation engine. Thanks for following. I appreciate that. Yeah, so thanks for, sorry, it's late. I'm trying to create a recommendation engine that uses your peers that are close in your close circle to make recommendations for you, like things that you like, books, or that you might like, books, recipes, really anything. But the reason that I started doing it is because like Yelp is, oh, I got to do a CapGen too. Good. So the reason that that I wanted to build this app is because I was like, look, I hate Yelp. I hate reading a million reviews from people I don't know. This is ridiculous. I'd rather just ask the people I know like what they'd recommend, because they know me, they know what I like, and maybe they've been somewhere that they really like or they don't like, that they think I would like. And so I'm really trying to create an app that targets recommendations to the person instead of uses like an algorithm that predicts what you think you'll like. And the idea is that the recommendations get ranked by how good the recommendations have been in the past. So if you give me a recommendation, Halifax, for staying up late, like the hour that you should go to bed, which I could take, and I take that idea and I like log it as a good idea, and I'm like, oh, this has really worked for me. I'm going to rank their idea as a good idea. Right now it's just 0 and 1, but I'd like to make it a little more complex. The next time you make a recommendation to me, it'll pop up higher on my rank list. So like if you said, hey, I think you'd really like this pizza, and I did, the next time you recommend a book to me, even, our recommendation relationship gets stronger the more you recommend things to me. I think it's a pretty good idea, but I have to get through this awful Python SQL alchemy, before it gets better. Because like really, I am at a point that I'm going to start building this out and creating features and thinking about, but I can't even get past this test. So I thought I did. I didn't? I thought I did. Whoops. Sorry, bud. Git add. Oh, no, you were right. Added. I need a message. What did I add to you? Changed file SQL Lite into file. This is not a good commit message. In unit of work. I feel ya, Halifax. And next time I know you're on, I'll come. Do you have a schedule for your streams? I'll pop in your schedule and see if I can find a time to like come check out what you're doing. No, it's all right. It's all good. I'll just make sure I follow you. All right, thank you. Fantastic to see you. And so, again, thanks so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And I understand fading, but get a lot of sleep, or as much as you can. Have a good night. Thanks so much. All right. Yeah, have a good morning. I do work on Friday. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to stay up. Okie dokie. So I did not push that. Why didn't you yell at me, Fluff? Angry yells of pain. There you go. It's pushed. So what were we doing? We were working on... A person came in here and gave her that code. Moomy, what did Moomy say? Oh yeah, create all engine. Right. But I don't have that in my test, do I? Oh, I do. It's in, yeah. No, but I have that for my test, but I don't have it for my actual config. And I did already, maybe I didn't have a create all. I don't remember. But I do have that now, I think, right? Let's see, config test. Create all, yeah, it's right here. And then someone gave me this for the whole scope. This is the code that, oh, Fluff, who was it? Pants for Birds gave this to me. It's in the Discord too. So, excuse me. Ugh. What are we doing? What's the goal before we go to bed? Try. If at first you don't succeed, breathe. I'm going to throw my phone on my charger because it's going to die. You want me to try it? Okay. Will do. Phew. How much are you writing? Is it just like a paragraph in a text file that said, Chrissy Codes, you really just have to give up. Like your dreams are dead. Yeah. It should. Right? But does it need to be like, should the ORM be? I mean, I'm not calling tables anywhere. The fixture might be working, but I'm not. Guys, is it because I'm not calling tables anywhere? Oh my gosh. Do I just need to? Oh, why not? That's weird. So if I use fixtures tables here, so okay. Oh crap. PyTest dot. Do I use mark? And then I do tables. No, wait. I can delete. It's very easy. Ah. Okay. All right, fine. Well, I probably should have done it your way. This is bad programming, but you know, whatever. And then what? So I did do that. And then what do I do? Well, at least it got. What happened? Oh, okay. The engine doesn't get past. I don't think I do both, though. That doesn't feel right. No, still an error. Why? Different error, though. Let me open my Git. I mean, I don't want you to like, I have to accept it, right? Like, I have to merge it, right? So let me go to my, oh, okay. Damn it, my phone's over there, Fluff. WTF, man. Make me get my phone like it's some kind of easy thing. You can't even make a branch? Branch. Words are funny. So much. Oh, cool. Look at all this info. You guys give me so much reading. All right. Awesome. Is this where Okay, hold on. Let me see. But let me see if I can change that. Because it's a public. Uh, I'm lost now. Maybe settings. You're probably right. Settings, branches, branch rules. No branch protection rules. What? Interaction limits? Not new users. Okay. That shouldn't matter. I think it's right here. Fluff is just trying to like add some stuff. I'm not gonna merge the code, but if you go on the Discord, Fluff added a PyTest dot fixture scope session. I mean, I can just type it. It's not a big deal. I can open my Discord too. Although. Ha! Dumb. Stop. Sorry. She's so angry. What the hell? It's not, I don't want it. I thought I could just log in. Oh. That's how you know I'm getting tired. That makes sense too. I don't have to do it, Fluff. It's okay. I'll just use this. Am I logged in? The frick? No. Did I log in? Oh, I'm in Old Sloppies. He's so bad at this. We're gonna dox ourselves. Where the hell is... I don't want to copy. Settings, log out. There we go. Log out. And... give me a second. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's pretty easy to guess. And that's okay. That's why I have it. All right, I'm on. Now I can copy your stuff. Sing, sweet nightingale. Nightingale. I'm tired too. Just tell me where to put this. I mean, go to bed. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah, I mean, yes. And I'll also read the SQL Alchemy part of the book because it sounds like, one, it's probably getting old. Like, people don't really use it anymore. Or if they do, not the people we're talking to. Yeah, I will. Yeah. Okay. This guy, you mean? Let me just look at it. SQLite_DB. How confident are you in this, Fluff? Okay, SQLite is heavily used in phone app development. Okay, that's good to know. I did copy. I mean, it's fine. It's the same thing. It's right here. I think, oh, you did. I see. It's 2 L's. There we go. I'll just run it for shits. What's wrong? Yeah, I know, I saw. Oh my God. Okay, but it passed. Did you see? It passed? Comment out line 16. How come that worked? Now I have to study it. How am I going to go to bed now? I have to sit and I have to study your code. I have to figure out how it worked. Because it passed. I can't believe it passed. All right. So what you did is you said, oh, basically it was just you just made it so that it used the SQLite file, which is this. Wow. You're a genius. And you didn't even need help. Yeah, that's incredible. Except I'm not gonna. Even SQLite doesn't spell SQLite like that. I can't even a little bit be critical. I probably have to change my ideas about SQLite with 2 L's. Okay, all right, that felt better. What? Yeah, I do copy paste a lot, but all right. I know. Old Fixture was creating the database in memory, so the Flask app couldn't access it. Okay. That makes some sense, I think. The date isn't in the data either. Oh, yeah, that's probably it. That's probably the only thing that happened. Look, copy paste. I learn quickly. Oh, this is the goal. I don't want to. I mean, I don't mind, but I don't want to wear everybody out. So I think we should probably call it a night. This is confusing. Unhappy path. Yeah, because it is an unhappy path. So it shouldn't. It's not an unhappy path. So we don't want this to fail. Like, we don't want this to fail. Like, this should be a not equal anyway. Well, No, basically, if I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, right. Basically, what has to happen is something has to be wrong in the recommendation. Like my date shouldn't have been there. And then this needs to do a 404. I know you're probably right. Oh, that is weird. Well, yeah, it's 40. Yeah, the idea is that it's supposed to fail. So it's a 500. It's the method that's having trouble with, not like the recommendation isn't. Yeah. But what I want it to do is yeah, right. That's what I was saying. Cuz like essentially this shouldn't pass, but really what I want it to be is this. Because I want it to pass when there's a mismatch. Okay. Well, okay. Like when the recommendation isn't right, but I have to decide what that looks like. It's probably when like this is a numeric or something. So line 41. Oh yeah, I don't have this. Yeah, I don't even have a message. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't written in the code yet. Let's not worry about this. Because I don't have a JSON message that says it's an invalid recommendation. Oh, right. Well, that's okay. So I'm going to just put 404 here because that's what it was. But I think, like, honestly, this JSON message invalid recommendation has to be when I have a message bus. So that means that we're good. It passes. Thank you so much, Fluff. You definitely get VIP points. If I could give them to you, I would. But I think the gift for that is going to bed, really. I think our gift tonight is sleep. So I'll stay on as long as everybody wants. But yeah, please go to bed. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. But I don't even know if I want to. All right, I'll do at fail or at skip. Done. It says at skip, and I'm gonna push it to Git. Yeah, I'll see you guys Saturday. Good night, everybody. I'm excited to stream Saturday. It's my first Saturday stream, so that's gonna be really fun. Thanks for everybody who came in, Halifax, and for Okay, gotcha. PyTest. I'm writing it. PyTest.mark.skip. Reason equals not implemented. Thank you, friend. We missed you today. Were you like off helping some other lost programming soul? Oh, not. Definitely need sleep right now. I'm just going to keep pressing PyTest and watching all the green. It feels so good. Sleeping? Who does that? That's ridiculous. What time is it where you are? You work now? Or do you have to work soon or something? Do you work at all? Are you independently wealthy? If so, how do I do that? Ah, cool. Cool. That's awesome. Well, I'm really glad you're hanging out with us. I'm glad that you can. I like this little this window of time that we get to hang out with you. On Saturday, I'm streaming. I think I want to stream at noon. So it's going to be like early for you. No, late, early. Fuck. Late. I know what I'm talking about. Anyway. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody for stopping in. Like I said, I'll stay to chat as long as anybody else does, but I don't know. I mean, Floff just pulled it out of the air, and did a fantastic job and stuck with me, which was amazing patience. And I'm learning. I think after this point, hopefully, I'll start to do some like cool stuff, because now that I've got a database, I can at least a test database. I can like really start thinking about how I want this to flow and what needs to change about it. So can start. And I'm also gonna, I think, either post or show my relationship diagram, my entity relationship diagram, and start thinking about this more structurally than it is. So, I mean, we'll never manage without you, but I really appreciate you stopping in. So, okay. So happy Friday, I think. That'd be Friday for you, because you're waking up. It's 3:15 a.m. right now. Why am I awake? Because I enjoy it. Okay, everybody. Have a good night. I will chat with y'all later. Thanks so much for hanging in. Bye.